Hello, welcome to the Mojave Podcast transmission. I am your host, Clifford Johnston. It is 8:28 p.m., May 1st, or Cinco de Mayo, 2026. And we have a few things to, only 8 videos today. And then, yeah, I'm probably going to play a little bit of Warcraft, and I'm going to try to, not very much, though. After
The
that, I'm
Atlantic
going to
published an article, Napoleon Caesar, Alexander the
basically
Great, and
instead of what I was normally gonna do was like play a lot of Warcraft, but like I'm not. I have to um fix Steam because it's not working on Windows 8, so I have to figure that out and get old Skyrim downloaded and fixed. And yeah, maybe that way I'll be able to get my my old games that I own on Steam on my computer again. Because right now I don't really have a way. But anyway, anyway, without further ado, uh, thank you for joining. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and share this with other people that like news reviews and political uh, analysis. Anyway, I will talk to you later. I have to go grab my steak and shake dinner, and momentarily, after we're done with these 8 videos, I will give a quick analysis on what we watched, and shift us over to the next segment, which would be my gaming channel. So anyway, thank you guys for supporting me. And again, without further ado, here we go.
The Atlantic published an article, Napoleon Caesar, Alexander the Great, and Trump. Always the self-aggrandizer. The president now speaks of himself in historical terms, right? And, the libtards, once again, trying to do their absolute best to make Trump sound fucking awesome. And it keeps working, actually. It's like, wah, wah, wah. Trump is actually doing things. He's a bad guy, almost as bad as inserts the coolest people in all of human history. Yeah, nice try, libtards. You're gonna have to try harder than that. Just in, U.S. oil exports hit a record 6 million barrels per day last week. A lot of people that deny the 6 million number are going to have a hard time denying this one. Wow. So I guess it's like totally over for Trump. Exactly. It's totally over for Trump now that the oil economy is shifting worldwide to benefit the United States tremendously. Short-term pain, long-term gain. That's what they say, but that's literally what's happening right now. Trump is shuffling the deck and the entire world order is shifting. China's not on top. We are actually on top. All right, the retard right, as we call them, that make believe that no, actually all wars are bad and we should never have wars because war's bad. Right? Those guys don't realize what's going on. In my opinion, they want us to pull out of literally every single situation across the world so China can absolutely subsidize it and become the world power. And I actually prefer being that hegemon of the world. Because we're awesome, actually, and that's pretty great. Oh, I can't believe Israel is blackmailing Mr. President Trump to sell all of our oil at records. Unbelievable how Israel would do such a thing. Now, we keep getting more wins, actually. The Supreme Court has ruled that the drawing the congressional districts based on race under the Voting Rights Act is unconstitutional 6-3. This is obvious for every human being on the planet because obviously it's unconstitutional. States across the country have tried for years to literally force the country to set up congressional districts based on race. And obviously, if you do that, then let's say for example, the black districts would all vote Democrat, and the red districts, oh well, you have to slice out little portions of them to create your own little blue enclaves to give Democrats power. It's racist as fuck because the Democrats are actually the racist party. They always have been. See slavery, see the KKK, all Democrats. They do all that stuff. They like to pin it on us because they actually can't live with themselves. So this very obviously unconstitutional thing that's been happening in our country for years is finally shut down. Look how insane this is.
Rights Act haven't gotten to language that suggests that yet that it sounds like this decision is primarily about what happened in Louisiana. So we'll keep digging through this. But for right now, it's a win for those who were challenging these two minority-majority districts. Now, as we read through this and figure out the broader implications, there were 20-plus districts across the country that would have potentially lined up with this decision. They could be open to challenges that they were drawn on the basis of race, or that it was the primary factor that was used in drawing those districts. Most of those are throughout the South. So we'll look to see if there's enough sweeping language in this particular decision that may have a domino effect on some 20 other districts. Could be huge for the midterms. We'll continue to read through.
Yeah, just understand the level of W this is. So the left, basically, they call it, it's not racism, it's reverse racism, which is just racism all over again, where essentially because of racist policies, they'll make these little racist enclaves of these little plantations of black people, sorry to use that term, where essentially they could turn different districts blue and get them, honestly, get them unconstitutional seats in the House, and that's been proven, literally been proven right now, and won in the Supreme Court. You can't make districts based on race, but these are the retards that sit back and tell us all human beings are equal, all races are the same, all cultures are identical, we have to import infinite Pakistanis, everything's equal, everyone's the same. Anyway, we're carving out special districts for the Somalis so that they could get blue little House seats, so that Ilhan Omar could fuck our country. So this is Donald Trump's reaction to hearing that we won.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to go back to the Supreme Court ruling on the voting rights act. I know you said you haven't seen it.
When did it come out, just now?
No, it came out this morning, but basically very much narrows the voting rights act.
Was it considered a win for
Was it a win for Republicans?
I love it.
But my question,
I love it.
Very
All I
good.
need to know.
I want to read it.
my question for you, Mr. President.
That's all I needed to know. It's a win for Republicans. I don't care. And look how fucking mad they are. So this is Sonny Hostin from the View, furious that we're not racist anymore when we're building our congressional districts.
Alito argued that the vast social change has occurred throughout the country, and particularly in the South, indicating that racism no longer exists in this country. I can tell you, as a black woman, that my father was born in 1949. He remembers segregated schools. He remembers segregated water fountains. He remembers that he did not have full civil rights. And
but now he does, so shut the fuck up. That's my stance. I have very good stances on things, I've noticed.
He told me when I turned 40 years old that I was the first person in his family to enjoy full civil rights. And he is still alive today, and I am still alive today, and I have been discriminated against. And now I have to tell
Everyone's been discriminated against. Shut the fuck up. Discrimination is part of life, all right? And I'm tired of making believe it's a bad thing. Man, in this context, it sounds like it's a bad thing. But discrimination is awesome, actually. All right, you discriminate what school you send your kids to. You discriminate what streets you walk down, if they're safe or not. You discriminate what foods you want to eat or don't want to eat based on taste or nutrition. Discrimination is survival. Of course you got to discriminate. Now, she's probably talking about racial discrimination, which is also based as fuck. Listen, guy, when I see a Christian on a bus saying Christ is king, I'm not immediately clutching my pearls. But when I see a fellow screaming Allahu Akbar, I have a very different response. And now you can say that that's racist. I disagree. It is discriminatory, though, and it's fucking awesome, actually. I'm tired of cucks. And mostly women. Let's be honest. It's mostly women in society that are trying to convince you that it's bad to discriminate. Discrimination is how you survive. I'm so tired of this garbage. I'm not saying that we should have separate water fountains or shit like that, but, like, come on, dude.
my children that they have less civil rights than I did when I was born. That is disgusting.
Literally cry about it. Cry about it more. It's like we want equality, but we don't actually want equality. We want to create our own little plantations where we could siphon votes off the bad white people through scams and flim-flams. All right, that's what you're trying to say, okay? This has nothing to do with discrimination, all right? This is the anti-discriminatory process, saying that white people and black people be treated equally, and therefore you can't have race-based districts in order to steal votes, which is essentially what the left has been doing for years, all right? So that is what we're saying, all right? It is, you literally have equal rights to white people. What you want is more rights than white people. Many such cases.
Despicable, and I am devastated.
Oh my God, I hope she cries.
By this particular Supreme Court
maybe she'll cry. That'll be awesome. That'll solve everything. Oh my God, a woman's crying. Tear up the Constitution.
Decision, even though we did know this was
cry.
coming.
I think she should cry about it, honestly. I feel like that'll be very effective. She should cry. That would be great. Chuck Schumer, retard extraordinaire of the lib cucks. The Supreme Court has turned its back on one of the most sacred promises in American democracy, the promise that every voice counts. What are you fucking talking about? They're not taking votes away yet. I mean, I hope we do. I hope that we use democracy to vote at democracy and go back to our Republican roots and actually create some sort of structure where only like net positive taxpayers or something could vote. I absolutely. But unfortunately, we didn't get there yet. All right. In the meantime, unfortunately, every retard's voice still counts. Man, my videos are very real, I've noticed. My statement on the Supreme Court's decision dealing a devastating blow to the Voting Rights Act, it doesn't deal a devastating blow to fucking anything. It's like, oh no, we can't scam our way through elections anymore. Literally fucking cry about it. Oh my God. Leader Schumer's statement on Supreme Court decision dealing devastating blow to voting rights. Washington. Today, Democrat leader Chuck Schumer released the following statement in Supreme Court's ruling that weakens the Voting Rights Act through their decision on the Louisiana congressional map. Today, Supreme Court turned its back one of the most sacred promises of American democracy, the promise that every voice counts. Whose voice doesn't count now? Whose voice does not count now? What he means is we're not going to have special black districts that always vote blue. That's what he's saying. Right? And it's insane that he just lies. Like, look at how he uses language to lie to you. A law written in the blood, sweat, and sacrifice of Americans who marched, fought, and died for the right to vote to prevent racial discrimination has been diminished once again. How? How? This is not racial. This is literally the opposite of racial discrimination. This means that a black voice counts as much as a white voice. Equally, actually. You're just crying about it because you can't gerrymander your way racially in order to create these little blue enclaves in red areas. It's so obvious. The consequences as clear as dangerous, fewer protections for voters, more power for politicians to draw maps that silence them. What the fuck are you talking about? Particularly voters historically disenfranchised. This did not happen all at once. For years, the court beginning with Roberts and blah, 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 yada, yada. Democracy is in danger. And this is the language everyone uses. If Trump is a threat to democracy, I guess we have to kill him, right? So again, this is the funny thing. When people say there's violent rhetoric on both sides, right? Trump's violent rhetoric is, I'm going to kill fanatical, apocalyptic clerics in Iran that rape goats and children. All right, that's Trump's violent rhetoric. All right, the left's violent rhetoric is, Trump is a threat to our country. We have to kill him now to get him out. We can't vote him out. He's an authoritarian, right? It's not like you can just beat him in an election and he'll leave, right? Anyway, so again, that's why the rhetoric is not one-to-one at all. Y'all literally designed a political plantation for black vote cattle in Louisiana. Go fuck yourself. All right, this is what they're fighting against. They created this absolute bullshit centipede district over here, which is the black communities, because they know that they tend to vote blue. And I'm sorry, every vote counts means we should do it like this. I don't know, a box here, and then a box here, then a box here. But what the fuck is this? This isn't a normal district. They just literally set it up this way in order to rig votes going their way. Race-based rigging, and that shit is crazy. As they say in England, it niggles me. In this context, that sounded very inappropriate, but we're going to roll with it. So this is Chicago Mayor Johnson talking about how he actively discriminates against white people on a policy level. You see, this actually is illegal.
Very intentional about making sure that my administration, unlike previous administrations, have people who work for me that reflect the community. Once upon a time, just to be very blunt with you, 2 administrations ago, 70% of the mayor's administration were white men. Yeah, because most of the people in the country are white men. So that makes a lot of sense, actually. 70% of the people working there were white men. Yeah, most of the people in the country are white. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. Right, and that's just not a diversified approach.
What the fuck does that even mean? Not a diversified approach. What are we even talking about? How many white men are in public office in fucking India? 0, because there really isn't that big of a white man population in India. I can't possibly wrap my head around why, but that's just not the case.
We've been very intentional.
So this guy is directly stating he is disenfranchising and discriminating against white males when it comes to hiring processes on a citywide scale. This is racism. Obviously, this is discrimination. This fucking plantation for cattle voters, this is racism too. This is saying that, well, we need special race-based borders in order to rig votes. Nah, bro. And the left is all saying this is a threat to democracy. We're disenfranchising voters. And they never actually explain the problem because they know the average retard voter isn't actually going to look into what actually is going on. But they'll just roll with it. Oh my God, Trump is disenfranchising voters. Guess we have to kill him. I guess, right? So Trump made this tweet. Hakeem Jeffries just called the Supreme Court of the United States an illegitimate court. This is a low IQ individual who should not be allowed to talk that way about one of the greatest institutions anywhere in the world. He should withdraw the statement immediately. President Donald J. Trump. Bro has been nuclear. This is like the ultimate rage bait, by the way. Now, the reason why Donald Trump is one of the best to ever do it is because Trump shits on the courts all the time when they vote against the way he wants. And every time he does it, you get every single leftoid, shit lib, leech on society showing up, coming out of their mother's basement with their whore and second mistress. They walk out and they say, Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. He hates the courts. That's how dictators talk. All right, so now the courts obviously vote something in our favor, and every leftoid is talking about how it's unconstitutional. Really? Really? You're going against the courts? You don't believe in due process? You don't believe in the way the court works? Wow. They're the greatest institutions of all time. Excellent rage bait, Mr. President. Fantastic work, as always. Now, Trump, in that same meeting, where he heard about the Supreme Court. He had one of his all-time moments. I'm just saying, man, I don't know how Trump keeps doing it, but this dude's on a generational run.
Over here, you heard that question with those beautiful ears of yours?
Did you hear that question with those beautiful ears? Look at those beautiful ears.
He's got great hearing, you know. He's got super hearing.
He's got super hearing.
Great, sir.
And it zooms in on his face. No!
What's the answer to that? I think the answer to that is
wow, look at him with his super hearing. God, he's the best ever do it. He really is. Now, Marco Rubio's also been cooking, right? So, you know, there's obviously that joke that Rubio takes every single position ever, that every single job ends up on Rubio's lap. So, recently, Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary of the United States, is on maternity leave, or rather, she's about to give birth. So, she's gone. So, Rubio walks in to take her job.
No, I'm just here to take a picture. Okay. Now, they're going to ruin my show. You guys can't put this out. Is that okay?
Okay.
I know. I'm not going to pretend, but today I'm going to pretend.
He's pretending to have her job.
You guys hold it for at least an hour.
Yeah, anyway, obviously, hilarious stuff. Now, the ads coming out of the Republican side have been fire lately, too, because they're just not like us on the other side.
This is where Mayor Vass lives. You notice something? Or here, where Nithya Raman's $3 million mansion sits. They don't have to live in the mess they've created where you live.
Yeah.
This is where I live. They let my home burn down. I know what the consequences of failed leadership are. That's why I'm running for mayor. For my sons and the rest of us Angelinos that want to stop these corrupt politicians from destroying our city. We are going to get the golden age of Los Angeles back.
Damn. And it's like, they not like us has basically just become an incredible tagline, because the left actually just wants to kill us. And we're like, hey, we don't want to die. And it's like, what? I can't believe you'd go so far. But this is like an astronomical W. Astronomical.
Folks, so there it is. In a 6-3 decision, the Supreme Court has essentially ruled the Voting Rights Act, race-based districting, specifically black districts, as being unconstitutional. The decision comes in this case, Louisiana versus Calais, but as everybody understands here, it's got far-reaching impact.
The Supreme Court just issued a ruling on a potentially groundbreaking redistricting case that could impact, for many years to come, the power of minority voters in this country. It focuses on
which, by the way, is unconstitutional. Like, again, I don't give a fuck if you're a minority voter. It doesn't mean your voice should count more than mine. I'm sorry. That shit's ridiculous.
Constitutionality of Louisiana's congressional map and how it was redrawn. The justices determined if Louisiana lawmakers properly balanced constitutional and Voting Rights Act protections. I want to get straight to CBS News chief legal correspondent Jan Crawford, who has been reading through the opinion. Jan?
Well, Major, we just got this ruling within the last couple minutes. The justices in a 6-3 vote, a decision written by Justice Samuel Alito for the other 5 conservatives, are striking down a second majority black district in Louisiana, ruling that state officials focused on...
What if black people lose their votes? They're not. They could still vote. They still vote. You know, we're just actually, we look at all people as people. We are race blind. We're anti-racist, actually. What are you talking about? When I saw Derek Chauvin on George Floyd's neck, I saw it as a black man killing a white man, actually. Okay, that sounds actually pretty racist, I'm not gonna lie. What I saw was a staged event from the left. No, that's how we have to operate. It was staged, actually.
On race, and that amounted to an unconstitutional racial gerrymander. Now, this decision is a major one under the Voting Rights Act. It will go well beyond Louisiana. It's going to make it, based on what we're seeing so far, it will make it harder for state officials to draw up these so-called majority-minority districts, which have been used...
That sounds stupid, and that's because it is.
For decades and have increased black representation and minority representation in Congress. And it also, I think, will call into question about a dozen or so existing majority-minority districts, mostly in the South. Now, those districts, as you know, Major, have been a way for Democrats to pick up seats in some of those states, those red states in the South.
It's a red state. It's like 90% red, and then they'll make these fucking squiggly-ass lines and be like, oh, a blue district.
So this ruling is a win, I think we can say, for Republicans.
And so essentially, I mean, to sum this up, it's not going to happen overnight, but basically the congressional map of the South is going to go from looking like this to now probably looking something more along the lines of this. And this is by and large a good thing. Of course, the Democrats are going to...
Literally look at this shit. This is a district. They made this a district because it's like, oh, well, black people live here. So therefore, and then they get votes. That shit's crazy. That is insanity. Like, what the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? What are these squiggly ass lines, bro? What is this? That's a district?
Suggest that it's some sort of corruption of the process, but it's really not that complicated. You know, you're going to be hearing all these fancy legal analyses, blah, 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 but at the end of the day, it's very simple. It is simply unconstitutional to draw districts based on race, and that's what...
Which is so fucking obvious. It's so obvious, actually.
Democrats have been doing. They've been gaming the system for decades. I think Louisiana is the best example. Just look at this absolute monstrosity that goes through the state. It looks like the damn Nile River. Just visually, the map is an abomination. And basically, that's because Democrats came in, they took a marker to the map and said, okay, well, here's where all the Blacks' people live, drew a massive barrier around all of them, and then allocated 2 seats specifically based on race. If you believe in the fundamental principles of the Constitution and the way that it is currently written, well, this is simply wrong. And it's counterproductive. It's regressive to create.
It's also racist as fuck. Let's be real. It's racist. It's like saying, well, these people are more likely to vote for Democrats because we pander to, I don't know, poor people or criminals. And, oh my God, black people are more likely to be. And then they do this shit to basically rip you off, and that's what's going on. And it's heartbreaking. It really is. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievably unconstitutional. And I think, and this is a really hot take, it incentivizes the government, the leftoids, to meddle with these communities to make it more likely and easier for them to fall into traps of committing crime. And they put hard drugs in these communities. And they socially manipulate them in order for them to, vote left. And it's insane, and it's really sad. And, conservative black people in the country are some of the fucking most goated people in the entire nation. They really are. Because they managed to break out of an actual systematized brainwashing campaign. And that's how the left operates. My bad. That's how the left used to operate. The Supreme Court was like, you guys are racist as fuck. And it is very, very fun watching all the retards crying about it, talking about how we're silencing black voices. Silencing black voices? They're still voting. We're just not actually treating them like vote cattle like the lefts do, because that's essentially what these people are to the leftists. That's why they bring in infinite retards from the third world and plop them around the country in strategic areas to get their votes, because they are vote cattle. The left doesn't actually procreate. They don't have children. They abort their babies. So, well, obviously they have to bring in their vote cattle from the third world and plop them around strategically in little fucking snake-ass looking squiggly line districts in order to steal votes. Well, not anymore, motherfucker. The winds keep rolling in.
Tonight, amid the president's growing clash with Europe over the war with Iran, the Pentagon set to pull thousands of U.S. troops out of Germany. A spokesperson announcing the withdrawal of approximately 5,000 troops from Germany, this decision follows a thorough review of the department's force posture in Europe. Pentagon officials telling NBC News it includes 1 brigade combat team, but won't impact massive medical support bases like Landstuhl. There are approximately 38,000 U.S. troops in Germany, the most in Europe, and the reductions will bring U.S. forces down to 2022 levels before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. It comes after President Trump's public rift with German Chancellor Friedrich Merz. Earlier this week, the president saying the U.S. was, quote, studying and reviewing the possible reduction of troops in Germany, after Merz said the Iranian regime had humiliated the U.S. during negotiations and that America has no strategy. But after President Trump's threat to remove U.S. troops, Merz quickly backtracked, saying Iran must come to the negotiating table. It must no longer hold the entire region and ultimately the whole world hostage. All of it as President Trump has recently slammed NATO allies.
We spend hundreds of billions of dollars a year on NATO, hundreds of protecting them. And we would have always been there for them. But now, based on their actions, I guess we don't have to be, do we?
Courtney is with us here on set in Washington. And Court, you have some new reporting tonight on the timing of all of this.
Yeah, Hallie, the 5,000 U.S. troops will leave Germany over the next 6 to 12 months. Now, asked why now, a Pentagon official tells us that Europe has not stepped up when America needed them and, quote, this cannot be a one-way street.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Something huge is headed for Iran.
Fox News alert, it's decision time. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper has just briefed the president in the Situation Room about what could be the final blow.
The final blow?
The U.S. military is preparing for a short and powerful wave of strikes. Targets include the enemy's remaining military assets, leadership, and infrastructure.
That's all they got left.
Iran is proving to be very stubborn. The talks seem like they are stalled. Are you getting antsy to break the ceasefire?
Doesn't look like it.
I mean, I don't know what stubborn is because really nobody knows what the talks are except myself and a couple of other people. They want to make a deal badly.
I believe in case the Iranians needed a little nudge, the Pentagon's contemplating bringing a brand new weapon to the battlefield.
A brand new weapon?
The mother of all hypersonics, the Dark Eagle. It can hit targets 2,000 miles away.
Wow.
The enemy's last ballistic missile launchers are in the crosshairs.
And Trump gave us a hint of what this could look like. He said in a matter of seconds, all their bridges, power plants, everything could be totally decimated. And apparently this could happen any day now.
B-1 bombers have been surging into the region, and they can be armed with up to 5,000 pounds of hypersonics. It's a big payload.
5,000
We're about to
pounds
hit
of
day
missiles.
60 of the war. And if we're going by the book, and if you're asking Congress, That means the deadline for Operation Epic Fury expires tomorrow.
No, ceasefire.
Trump could also do what Clinton and Obama did and ignore Congress and keep firing.
There's also a
the Secretary
ceasefire.
of War says technically we paused the clock 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, hey.
Is the president intending to either
Tim
seek
Kaine.
congressional authorization for the war in Iran,
What right does Tim Kaine have to ask anybody about defeating America's enemies?
or send us the legally required certification that he needs an additional 30 days to remove U.S. forces?
We are in a ceasefire right now,
Right.
which our understanding means the 60-day clock pauses or stops in a ceasefire.
Yeah.
If Kaine's right,
Oh, they
that
didn't
means
like
Trump
that?
has 24 hours. The president's being presented with options.
24
On
hours.
top of airstrikes, Admiral Cooper also reportedly briefed the president on seizing the strait.
This is a
ground
major
assault on the
escalation.
coastline and strategic islands, which would be a shame for Iran because today they're celebrating Persian Gulf Day.
Oh!
Here's a quote from the Ayatollah.
Oh, he's threatening
Foreigners who
people.
come from thousands of kilometers away with greedy intentions have no place there except at the bottom of the waters. And the only ships at the bottom of the water are Iranian. We've also turned around 44 vessels heading into and out of their ports.
That's the other thing nobody's talking about. While all of this pressure is ramping up, every single second Iran's economy loses money and gets this much closer to exploding when their oil wells detonate.
Even seized some. What's the regime done about it?
Yeah,
Nothing.
they can't do anything.
Because they can't.
Yeah, right. They got nothing.
The troops aboard the USS New Orleans have been enforcing the embargo in the Arabian Sea, intimidating any possible blockade runners. The USS Gerald Ford still seeing action. It's stationed in the Red Sea. We have 3 carriers in the region and a lot of firepower. The State Department's drumming up an international naval alliance in conjunction with Central Command to secure safe passage through the strait. And Friday's the deadline to get on board.
Ooh,
We'll see if we have any takers.
There's a deadline for all of our recalcitrant allies who need this oil and say that this isn't their war. Look at this. $8.50 a gallon is what you're looking at the pump in Europe. Speaking of which, Trump says gas prices are about to go this direction.
If the average price of a gallon of gas is now $4.30,
Right,
Yeah, it's half
and you
here.
know what? And we're not going to have a nuclear weapon in the hands of Iran. The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And
It's on all those ships.
It'll go down. But what won't happen is if Iran had a nuclear weapon and used it, then the whole world is a different place.
What about
You're not going to have to pay a little bit more for gasoline. The gasoline, the oil will go down rapidly as soon as the war is over.
You know something? Nobody's mentioning how this is probably the easiest conflict that has affected the entire world for the entire world to bear. Modern societies, especially us here in America, we are so blessed that the gas is $4 a gallon. It's double everywhere else, and no troops are on the ground anywhere. And how is that a bad thing to stop a country like Iran from having a nuclear weapon?
But America's alliances are ironclad compared to Iran's. A new Middle East is forming, and all the regime can do is watch. The Arabs and the Jews are forging a military and financial
Abraham
alliance.
Accords.
Israel just shared the Iron Dome system with the UAE. First time Israel's ever been that generous with the system.
Wow.
And OPEC is starting to break. The UAE just became a free agent, and they're building pipelines that skip the strait.
That's
Iran's
gonna
sugar
drop
daddies,
gas.
Russia and China, they're on the sidelines. You want to talk about a quagmire? Putin's getting nowhere in Ukraine. And China's economy is starting to crack. The whole Indo-Pacific is swimming with American sailors. Our special forces there have been conducting search and seizure training exercises along our Philippine allies.
Oh, China can't
What
be
are we
liking
hearing from
that.
the Iranians? They're begging us to drop the blockade. And the Ayatollah just announced he's going to guard his nuclear tech like his borders.
Who announced that? It's like you have this regime that is telling everyone that the Ayatollah is still in charge and he's doing everything, knowing that certain people are going to hear that and say, yes, we still have a legitimate government. Yes, there's nothing to worry about. Yes, Trump hasn't defeated everybody. We're still in this thing, even though nobody's seen him or heard from him. We're told he's recovering, but nobody's seen him for 2 months now. Where is he?
We want to get the nuclear dust. It's way down there. You need excavators and everything to get it. But we want to get it. We'll take it one way or the other. We'll get it. We'll either get it or we'll take it.
CENTCOM's already drawn up a plan to seize the uranium. The CENTCOM commander briefed the president on that today, so we're ready. The Iranians aren't.
Nope.
It's actually seditious, in my opinion. You read the New York Times, you actually think they're winning the war.
Right.
They're sitting in a cave and all their leaders are dead. Everyone's dead around them. Missiles are all over the place. They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no nothing. We can fly right over the middle of Tehran without being shot at because they have no anti-aircraft. They have nothing.
Yet, we're supposed to believe that because things are slightly different here in America at the gas pump, that, we've lost and Trump has no plan. New York Times front page. Trump's plan to get more weapons might not work. U.S. oil companies, they're failing too. Iran's got a new proposal. Hey, maybe we should take it. They're still around. Here we have one called the tragic decline of the most powerful navy ever to bless the seas with its presence. God, I think the Iranians are reading this stuff, because why else would they be acting like they're winning this whole thing?
They're reading that they're winning the war. They're trying to figure it out. They get the New York Times, I guess.
That's all they
in
get.
some form, and they think we're crazy.
Yep, they think Trump's an
Usually
idiot.
the country with the dead leaders and no military are the ones who lost. You know, the ones whose country's surrounded by aircraft carriers and can't trade. Senator Dick Blumenthal, who lied about fighting in Vietnam but is still somehow a senator, says the terrorists have us exactly where they want us.
Listen to this. You're going to love this.
America never succeeds in war unless the American people are behind it. And if what you're seeing as success now is winning, I would hate to see what losing looks like.
The negative nature in which you characterize the incredible and historic effort in Iran is part of the reason, Senator, why the American people view it the way they do. It's why I looked out at our press corps of the Pentagon and called them the Pharisees in the press. And it's defeatist Democrats like you that cloud the mind of the American people.
They want Trump to lose. These are the people who want to see Trump get defeated. And if a nuclear regime is the one to do it, they are totally in favor of that. In fact, these are the people that want to see Obama's Iran deal come back in some form. It's almost like they would rather preserve a regime that hates America than do something that helps America. I wonder why that is.
Secretary War Hegseth was on the Hill today for round 2. And guess whose side Democrats are on?
Oh, let's see. I can
guess. There's no evidence that we are safer because of this war.
Oh, my
We did not have any evidence that Iran intended to imminently attack this country in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, they've said they want to attack America. They've been chanting that they're going to destroy America. They lied about their ballistic missiles, which we found out were able to reach London. And they even told negotiators that they had enough enriched uranium to build 11 nuclear bombs. But you know what? Evidence doesn't matter to people who refuse to look at it.
So I disagree with your assessment that we are under threat.
Do you not believe them when they say death to America?
Right.
Listen, our adversaries use rhetoric all the time.
Oh, so what?
The Iranians have been screaming death to America at the top of their lungs for 50 years, and the Democrats are just saying, yeah, they don't really mean it. All those Iranian missiles we took out, what does she think they were for? Decoration? The Democrats have no credibility on safety.
Right. These are the same people that have orchestrated every disaster we've had, the whole mess in Afghanistan, the whole Benghazi thing. I mean, these people, it's like they just create mayhem wherever they go. They don't like our military. They want to see us lose. They're the ones playing games with no plan whenever they get involved in anything. And now they're going to sit here and tell us Trump has no plan. His plan is working.
Pocahontas didn't even want to talk about the war. All she wanted to talk about was war crimes.
Oh, let's hear this.
The white-collared kind.
The Financial Times reported that your broker tried to buy hundreds of shares in a BlackRock fund invested in defense companies just before the war began. The law clearly prohibits the Secretary.
That entire story is false, has been from the beginning, and was made up out of whole cloth. And anybody that looks at it sees how it was worded from the beginning to make it look like I was involved in something I had nothing to do and never have. I'm not looking for money. I don't do it for money. I don't do it for profit. I don't do it for stocks. And that's part of the reason why I'm able to be effective in this job, because no one owns me.
She
Warren
thinks
wants
someone
to
does.
make Pete into the Wolf of Washington.
Did you, through your broker at Morgan Stanley or otherwise, seek to invest in any defense-related funds right before Trump started the Iran war?
I'll give it to you as a big, fat negative.
Then let me ask you a second question. Is your broker getting your personal sign-off on any investment in individual stocks?
Bigger, fatter, negative.
He's not getting your sign-off before he makes investments in defense stocks? Can I refer you to your
I'm not making investments.
He's not.
Senator.
They don't
Nancy
understand
Pelosi's
this
worth
stuff.
$300 million.
This is the whole problem here. We've basically got people who, when they point a finger and they say, you did this, and you're wrong, they don't realize that on their hand, there's 3 of them pointing back. It's like every single thing they accuse the president and anybody involved in, they are actually guilty of. They say Trump's got no plan, they've got no plan. But what is the plan now? What do the smart people think is about to happen over the weekend, possibly?
Well, they're always full of bluster. I mean, the rhetoric is considerably much stronger than what they're able to produce in reality in terms of military terms. I mean, that's what this is. It's for their own domestic population, you know, to show that they're still in charge here. They're standing up to the powers of Israel and the United States, and also, obviously, for international consumption. I mean, the administration sees right through that.
Right, he just said it. What Iran is doing right now, when they say, hey, we're winning, hey, we've got this plan, Trump's got nothing on us, we control the whole strait, we're going to win this.
Okay, folks.
We're having a separate little segment right now. One sec. This anymore. All right. Here we go. This is ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. All right. So, I guess first things first. I'll have to say, let me get my headphones. I don't need them. All right. Okay. Sorry about that. There's like a static thing with this mic right now that. Oh, and it's like the armature's messed up, and I have. That's what I was explaining earlier. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. But it's just plans. I gotta fix it. We gotta make America healthier again, and I don't know if you guys watch the Next News Network, but they have a segment on this thing called C60 Evo olive oil, and you see I have some of it in my hand right now, and we're gonna be taking some of it right now with the teaspoon right before we have our. We didn't invent the burger; it's just steak burger, which is Steak and Shakes on the side of the bag quote. Home of the original steak burger. So I'm gonna be eating that, but I don't want to like make you guys feel bad, so I'm gonna like have that off screen. But like literally, like we gotta eat healthier. We gotta be healthy. Um, like I'm not just drinking dark soda. Like I have like tons of Waterloo and water that I have, and like I drink throughout the day periodically, like taking breaks from soda, so I'm not just drinking it constant. And anyway, so first things first. We touched on this, which is, I think the mic was off though. So C60 Evo olive oil. This stuff right here has a ESS60 in it, which is basically 1,000 times stronger than the store-bought vitamin C tablets that you get. It's crazy. It's really good. It actually feeds your mitochondria, which is the powerhouses of your cells, from the inside of the cell. So it doesn't have to fight through the cell membrane or the walls of your cells and get diluted in order to get to the cell to power it. Basically giving it a multiple boost in that aspect as well. So it's potent, and it actually is accepting to your body, which is another thing that we need to make sure that we are eating foods that our bodies like, and it like is accepting it. And it doesn't just this isn't just like a bash at fast food. Like, I gotta get comfortable here. This isn't just a bash at fast food or anything like that. But like, to be honest with you, we really do need to eat more healthier. Like, I honestly don't understand. Like, when I first saw the Monster energy drinks come out when I was a kid, I was like, man, this is crazy. And then people were getting like Four Locos at my school and like bringing them to school before they even knew they were alcohol. It was all bad. What I'm trying to say is, like, don't be a guinea pig. Don't be somebody, like, don't wait for somebody to say that there's too much alcohol in a product for you to be like, oh yeah, there is. Like, don't be gullible. But on that side note, you guys, like, it's just slipping away from me because I'm on a tilt right now in the truck. But it's not that much. I think it's like, for a meal, it's like $14 for the steak and shake. But it's got beef tallow in it, which is actually really good for you. In a sense, like, it's not seed oil, which is it's harder for your body to digest. Sorry, it's like trans fat. It has something to do with trans fats and saturated fats and all that. If you're not too into that biome stuff, like, I won't like eat your ear off. You should research it. But it's like, because I learned it when I was in high school. Actually, I learned about it first in middle school, and then in high school when I took advanced weight training. But middle school, they had a little segment only for like one semester. It was literally like one class, and they only had it for like that one part of the year, and then nobody liked it, and then they cut it. But I took a lot from that class, and it was how to eat healthy, and that's why I'm really skinny, even though I drink all this soda and stuff. It's just a way that you can live without, like, I only have one meal a day. Like, I haven't eaten anything, and like, and I do like almost 18-hour days. Sometimes I'm up for 24 hours, like 32 hours, and then I'll rest for 8 to 12 hours, and then so like all that time I'll only have like one meal. So, like, I mean, I'm telling you guys, like, there's no reason, like, anyway, we need to be able to stock up, like Next News Network says, like, in case something happens. We live right here on the San Andreas Fault where we live, and we can't just allow the inability to be prepared to catch us off guard like a black swan event, and be able to think past that and help our neighbors and stuff in times of need is actually where it's at. Being prepared and having solar and different things that are like independent, it makes sure like you're off the grid and stuff like that. In a sense, like, your off the grid planning is way is needed. Everybody needs to be able to think like that. It's critical thinking skills, and we need to be able to do that. We apply this to our lives. Anyway, this stuff is supposed to actually increase your thinking skills, like decrease brain fog and stuff like that. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't really know. He says, well, the doctor says you have to take it for like 3 to 4 months before you actually start to feel any like real benefits, like from stuff like that. But there there's a definite placebo effect to it as well. But not just that, it actually does work. And then, because I was getting kind of sick, and then I took this stuff like only like two tablespoons, like 1 tablespoon a day for like 7 days. Like, but I intermittently did it, so I took like only 2 tablespoons for the whole 7 days. So basically, because it's kind of expensive if you're not into, like, if you haven't been to a health store and understand how expensive some of the stuff can get, like, you'll be shocked. But when you look at it like a $14 meal for compared to like your life, because like this stuff right here will be healing your cells from the inside out. That's like giving you years back on your life, man. I'm telling you, this stuff right here is insane. And I don't want to go too into it because I could sit here for an hour talking about this stuff, but I'm also just by myself, so I don't want to like look too crazy. But what I do want to do is do a little demonstration for you. Like I'm gonna eat the food like a CEO or whatever, and like show you guys like the food's good and like give you my facial expression. That's why I turn the lights on like this. It's really bright, but yeah, the taste. I don't know if you know what like olive oil, just pure olive oil tastes like. This is organic extra virgin olive oil with ESS60, which is that cell that I was trying to tell you. You should look up that if you don't know what it is. Look up ESS60. It's E and then two S's and then 60, and then the product's name is C60 Evo olive. This is for the olive oil. So yeah, and once you do your own research and you understand, this is like the investment of a lifetime. Like I wish somebody would have had this. Like I was actually a young living broker or distributor as a kid. I was trying to remember the age I was. I was very entrepreneurish, man, but I fell out of that stuff because nobody would believe me. It was getting like I don't want to waste my time. Let me put it this way. I I put soccer. I'll put the Socrates thing on the thing. Let me make you think. Okay, don't. I'm not gonna think for you. Okay, like you do your own research. Okay, man. Like this is just YouTube. But let me tell you, I wish somebody was on YouTube and telling me stuff like this, because like this stuff actually works. And we have a dog that has basically a tumor. It's a mammary gland tumor, and she's responding really well to it. She's really perky, and she was going downhill quick, and it snapped her back up and gave her some energy that she wasn't feeling uh this critical. I mean, it wasn't even on her like 5 months ago. It's how crazy aggressive this is, and now it was up to the size of a grapefruit, and now it's down to the size of like a tangerine, and it just seems to have helped immediately. But it's also other things that we're giving her like chlorophyll and different things. My girl knows more about it, but still, it definitely is helping, and it's not something that is like a coincidence. Like there's no coincidences like this. Like I said, I was getting kind of sick. There's like this cicada COVID going around, or supposedly like, and that's what I'm thinking. Like people are having that brain fog effect, and I'm like, I can't take it anymore. Like I'm so done with this shit. I didn't get the vaccines. I didn't do anything like that. I'm just so tired of all this shit. Like my blood type is AB positive. Okay, so like my neck like it reacts to like 24 karat gold. Like it will react like a hive. It will feel like a burning, but it's like an electrical burn. From the valence electrons in the gold is what I feel like. But they said it has something to do with, as in the doctor said, it had something to do with the oils in my skin is reacting to the gold, and it wasn't like electrical or anything like that, but it felt like burning, like it was like you're getting, because I'm an electrician, so I assimilated it to like electrical. It was just kind of hilarious. So like anyway, I can't wear jewelry. I have to have it on my wall or something. It's sad. It's the Cherokee blood, but anyway, AB positive. Like that stuff right there is like I like anyway, I don't want to say how crazy and rare it is, but it's rare. And then I'm not going to be like polluting my body with extra like vaccines for no reason, dude. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I had a bad reaction to the U.S. Air Force peanut butter shot. I was like 104 fever for like a day or two, and they thought they almost wrote me off as dead. Like, I swear, like they actually let me stay in the bed from drill, and that never happens in basic military training because they literally thought I was gonna die. So like I'm telling you, like I was not gonna risk my life when they said, "Oh, get the jab." I'm like, bro, you're fucking gonna kill people. Like you have no idea. And then wow, it was just. Anyways, it's COVID flashback because there is a cicada variant for COVID going around right now, and I want you guys to be well armed and stock up on this C60 stuff. It really helps with the brain fog and give you energy in itself. I haven't had any today, and It's 9:17. I'm good. I haven't eaten, like I said. My body is acting normal. I've been doing more of my hobby stuff that I have like lacked because I've been feeling sick, and that's how I know that I'm not sick anymore. Does that kind of like make sense to you guys? Like you're back to your routines. Like my dog's doing things that she was doing before she was getting like this memory tumor is like becoming more aggressive, and I was like, wow, this is like it's the same thing I'm doing, but the dog's doing it. And then like I know that like you can't like just fake that, okay? So like there's something happening, and I know it's a good thing. And we need to fast track this stuff. Like if Trump, if you're watching, we need to fast track this. Like C60 Evo, all of it. Like I swear, bro, if you take this stuff, you will not regret it, my friend. And I like all the stuff that you're doing over there. But anyway, let's peel off from that. But because we have like only gotten to 3 videos and I gotta eat. But I wanted to show you guys the demonstration here to show, you know, I'm not just full of stuff and it's not just an empty bottle here. Let me read a little bit more on the sides here. It says store in a cool, dark place. That's actually the same thing with Young Living essential oils. My favorite from them was Thieves, which is in tune with this, which is like it's a secret recipe that the lore behind that is, if you don't know, there was grave robbers who stole during the Black Plague, and they looted the catacombs where they stored all the dead bodies, and they were riddled with viruses and rats that had it, and it was just grotesque. But they were broke, and they had this blend. They literally had it written down, and it survived to this day. And anyway, Young Living has recreated it, and you take a little capsule of that, and I tell you what, like I wouldn't get sick. Like it was like this, but like, I'm telling you, like a little capsule of it. Like they would slather their whole bodies with this stuff and walk into where the Black Plague was and walk out alive and not get it. So I mean like there are things that are suppressed in the world that are just not being talked about. And with these 15 dead scientists, like it basically makes me scared to even like acknowledge this because of what I've seen. And like, you know, me and my NDA from my US Air Force, and like I said, I was like, so does this cover anything from prior before I was in the Air Force? Now I can't even talk about it. And he's like, did you even read the document? I said, yes, I read the document. Then what do you, and I said, well, this is great. And I said, well, can I get a copy of the document? He said no. So I couldn't even get a copy of my own NDA. I'm telling you that there's lucrative stuff. People don't understand how crazy this actual government is. And then you got to realize that I'm not saying all of it, but I'm saying there's facets and like composite compartmentalized organizations within this government that I call the dark government, that basically is strangling the people that want to go in there and like want to do good. They'll get you out quick. Like I was literally nominated airman for Airman of the Month. There was only like 2 other people, but nominated for Airman of the Month. The same month I was discharged from the Air Force. So you tell me what's going on. And it's just sad. I could have done so much, but like I was being trained for my first Air Force specialty code was for those AWACSs, which is basically the eye in the sky. I would have been seen with a radar dish down in between enemy bunkers. I don't want to give out too much information, but basically I had to have a top secret security clearance for that one. And then like that's what the NDA was disclosed, and then I had to go from that when basically my ears couldn't pass the air compressor chamber test because of all my years of sound tech for my church and feedback up in the booth in the crow's nest. I didn't understand actually going to concerts and stuff and going up and down the tram, which was like an elevation distance of like 4,000 plus, like very short. It like I remember painful, you know, migraine in my eardrums. I'm surprised they weren't bleeding. But yeah, I was crying. I couldn't even enjoy like the top of the tram because my ears were hurting so bad. Like it was snowing up there. I couldn't enjoy it. I was just in terrible pain. But yeah, like so not only like that, like I got rescheduled to civil engineering, which is basically being able to build a ground base or with an airfield attached to it, like all from the ground up, including vaults and like different types of electrical systems that are very high voltage. And So basically, I'm like informed and all this stuff. So basically, like and seeing the stuff like I said before, like when I was a kid, like going in there and learning that actually did help me in a sense of like understand that it's not us. Because if we needed this stuff and it didn't need any of it, then what the fuck? You get what I mean? Like inadvertently, like I got my own answer, and like I didn't need to go very far into the rabbit hole to understand that. Thank God. And like it's a blessing and a curse because like yeah, I wish I would have done more for the country, but at the same time, like seeing that like being discharged just for some paperwork and stuff that was literally all like misconstrued. Majority of it was bullshit, like oh, like not shaving properly, or it was people just get their egos and they'll just write you up like a traffic ticket, bro, and then you get enough. I didn't even know you get enough, and then you can't even pass. I think that's bullshit. I think they just didn't want me, bro, because I remember them telling my first shirt like, yo, like he said, why are you here? Like, why are you doing the Air Force career? I said, well, as a kid, I saw this and like, I wanted to do something for the country. He got kind of like, he said, you should have said anything about that, like anything about that. And he like explicitly did that like twice. It's in like made me kind of uncomfortable. And then I was like, okay, well, I could talk about something else. He's like, actually, we don't need to talk about anything else. You can go. And I was like, do you want to explain to me what that was? Like, why did you just stop and tell me to go? And then he just said, because he's the first shirt and I'm an E2, airman first class. And he's like, do you, do you want me to write you up for for disobeying an order? And I said, no, sir, and walked out of that door so fast. Man, this shit, you can't make it up, man. Like the intimidation level, you think the intimidation level is when you talk to cops. Bro, try talking to like 5 ranks higher to you in a military situation, bro. You have no idea the stress level of this shit that I've been through, man. But anyway, like on an everyday basis, like that shit was crazy too. But anyway, I'm all getting off track. Let me get this going here because I gotta get this food done before maybe I might have to microwave it or something dumb. But anyway, we'll finish up watching what Cash was showing us with "We Won the War" and the whole world explodes. Basically, it's kind of ironic, but like they're terrorists and then their world explodes. It's kind of funny, but it is kind of what it is. All right, let me set up. I'm not gonna have that on while I eat. Do this really quick. Okay. Gotta make sure this mic's on. Okay. Yeah, that works. Sure. Okay. Here we go. This is some Dr. Pepper cherry. You gotta have some Dr. Pepper cherry in your life, man. I don't know what you're doing if you don't have any Dr. Pepper cherry. Maybe you're allergic to cherry. That's probably what you're doing. And you just got regular Dr. Pepper then. Or just soda. Water. That's me. I like this soda water. Like the Waterloo. That's good. That's all I wanted. Funny, the side quest. Like, to get this out was like in BMT, like the only thing I wanted, bro. Like the only thing I wanted was soda, bro. Like that literally was the only thing I wanted. They gave you like one break, right? Like in BMT, like to go and have access to a candy machine and a soda machine. And I swear to God, I never had a stomach ache so bad in my entire life. I chugged 3 Pepsis or no Cokes, 3 Cokes. And anyway, now I'm into Pepsi. But like anyway, cause yeah, they didn't have Dr. Pepper. So yeah, anyway, wasn't about to drink Sprite. All that for a Sprite. No. Anyway. So here. So this is a teaspoon, but like I'm only doing this because my dog has cancer and I want the dog to have more of it. So like I'm not taking my full serving because I'm young, I'm 30. I don't need it like this, but like so like my dog's like 15, turning 15, and like she's got all she needs, basically a 4-course meal all the time. She could just eat like a whole chicken like in a day and she's still skinny. It's because it's like literally eating, like she would have been dead if we weren't giving her like extra like nutritional food, and it's a lot. You think it's a like um eat like just set it and forget it, or like if you do that, if you hate the thing, like I say thing, like you'd have to treat it like a thing, like, and not a like we treat our dogs like people. So anyway, like a comrade, like kind of like how cops do. But anyway, we live we live with 3 dogs. So we have a husky, a little rat terrier, and that's the one that's 14, and then Fatima is a Chihuahua, like the Taco Bell dog. Chihuahua is freaking. She's unique. She's a shelter dog, but she's quite unique. Anyway, they're all getting this treatment, But Delilah's getting more of it. That's her name. I call her Boom Boom or Pum Punku, but anyway, so here we go. I'm trying not to spill this. I tried and I still did it. Anyway, I got a little bit on me, but that was pretty much. You could tell it wasn't water, right? Well, yeah, that's right on my sheet. Damn it. Oh well. So then we're gonna go to the food here. So here's the beef tallow fries. They're soft, super soft. And I already microwaved these again. So soft. Tastes delicious. Probably good, even though it's most of my dog. To be honest with you. Okay, so like I said, I wouldn't make you witness me like eat this the whole thing, but like, so I kind of want to give you like an unboxing though. Like, so here's what it looks like. Okay, so remember what burgers used to actually like in the movies, how they used to look like amazing? Well, bro, like, I mean, the pickles are like whole slices, bro. I got the box in the way. Whole slices. Okay? And like, I mean, not like quarter slices, like whole like slices of the whole straight pickle. I don't know how else to explain it, but anyway, this is the triple. I usually get the triple. She only got me the double because she got it today. So it was probably somewhere in the range of $12 instead of $14, but still. Okay, enough talking. Like, here we go. I don't want to go too much. Here we go. But still, I don't want to make you guys feel bad. This is delicious. I'll get one with more of the onions for you. Mm. 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 Man, that is delicious. Mm. And like, I didn't even need to take a sip, man. I'm telling you, like, I just love soda that much. But like, it's so, where am I? It's so flavorful. It's like I literally cooked it. Like, I'm telling you, like, not like to brag or anything, bro, but like it's hard to get food that tastes like that. Like if you can cook like that, you're doing something right. And like if that's in like a fast food, I don't call it fast food. It's food fast. And that's what I think the Maha movement is pushing towards. We don't want fast food. We want food fast. Good food fast if possible. You know, with great ingredients, not something that's chock full of preservatives. And I'm only having to look over here cuz my mic's all like off, but it's okay. Like you guys get what I'm trying to say. At least I'm cheated, right? Cuz like in my theater like you're supposed to like sit 45 degrees to the camera anyway, so anyway, not much else to say. It's got a full, rich flavor. You can really taste it's I don't think they have the grass beef out yet, but if it is grass-fed beef rather, um, it's overwhelmingly like flavorful. I'm telling you, I would not go to McDonald's ever again. Like, I don't like I know my girl like loves McDonald's, and I'm like, I guess if I'm here, but like just because it is kind of a far trek to go back to Steak and a Shake. But McDonald's is actually more expensive, and you're getting like garbage ingredients. And like the patties aren't like as thick. Like I mean, I'm telling you, like I could break it back out, but like I don't want to show you that cross section right now. That's gnarly, bro. I'm ate almost half of it in 2 bites, bro. Okay, I'm hungry, but like I'm going to eat that. Um, you know what I mean? But I don't want to be that guy. Um, anyway, without further ado, we'll talk about a little bit more when I come back, and like, I'm gonna recompose uh what we watched and what we did here, and I'll see if I can't, because it's a little early today, and I on purpose didn't add as much videos because excuse me, I have extra stuff that I wanted to show you guys today, which was basically the stuff pertaining to uh Chad. I I'm gonna butcher his last name, but he's running for governor. He's gonna be an ex-sheriff because he can't take the legislation of basically goonsome. I call Gavin Newsom is to me goonsome. He's a goon, bro. He's not even. Anyway, I don't want to get too off subject or biased, but bro's like is trying to save us. Chad's right here is trying to save us. Don't get sidetracked, right? By that guy that literally he's like a 4-star sheriff, Chad it's not Bovino? I don't know. I think obviously I'm gonna show I have his name badge on there, but I think that's it. If not, you can Google it. Dude is running with incredible grace. Like he even came out saying that he was obviously not with, because if you were in, let's take a sheriff, right? Like you just go with what your governor is, like anybody else in the rank system. You would never like mutiny, bro. In my blood, like Fletcher Christian bounty line from yeah, like I see a bounty guy like a mile away, and I'm like, comrade, let me help you. Like this right here, like is what I live for. So literally, like no shit, like for real, like I mean, anyway, that's a whole nother side note. But I love it. Okay, cuz like I can't do it all. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so like I'm only 30, right? So like I have all my existential background in the Air Force and my knowledge to do all this. I mean, I can get all this stuff fixed in weeks. It would take nothing. And I mean, I could be a nice face on a public wall or whatever like you want to call for public figure. But that's not the point. The point is like I don't want to just be a public figure. I want to be that servant that like already did all the work before he's in office, and then all he has to do in office is run off of his blueprints he's already made. And most people who run for office, I've seen most of them don't really have a blueprint in their first term that make him a really good president. So he runs for the second term, like Ike. Like I remember the people who I like Ike the Signs back then, bro. It's because like those people back then they actually had plans like how to run things. And I wish we get back to that instead of Republicans knowing it all and like we doing it all the best, and then they basically are just copying the opposite of what we're doing and running with it. And they're like, it's the other guy's fault, it's this way, it's society's fault. And that's what Chad Bavino is trying to say, is like, it's not, he's tired of it. And he basically came out and said that he's Trump 2024 now. Like, and it goes really hard for me. Like, that right there is like, they lost like not only an alumni but somebody who fought for them for so long, and it was just like, I know when I'm being like sold a lie at this point. And I don't know if I've told it specifically on my podcast or my gaming channel, where my godfather, my dad's dad, which is actually where my name strives from. His name was Terrence Clifford Johnston, and my dad's name was Terry Terry Johnston, but it was Terry Lee. He skipped. He didn't put Clifford in there, and then my dad brought Clifford back to me and add Clifford Paul Christian. Paul Christian is for Fletcher Christian on the bounty line, and then Paul is my real. This is my real middle name. So like it is like a symbol. It's like the second name is a symbol for my 18th century blood lineage and all that. And then I have my Johnston. So like that's like like imagine learning like that as a kid. You got like 24 characters to like learn in like first grade. Most people are learning like Jose like Lopez at like 5 or 8. And I'm like, bro, try this. Like they're like, what are you? I'm like, bro, that's my name. I don't know what to tell you. I'm like writing extra shit next to my name, like Susumaru, Inuyasha, like all my old animes I'd like. And they're like, they actually had a conference with me, and they're like, what is this? Why do you write this on every paper? I'm like, to practice writing? I'm like, they're like, what does it mean? I'm like, it's just oh, those are just the names of my favorite characters in my animes. And they're like, oh, so it's just, so like kind of like an imaginary friend. I'm like, well, they're not imaginary, they're literally characters. They're like, okay, well, can you stop writing them on the paper? I'm like, yeah, I didn't know it was a problem. And I was so used, I was just like writing names. It was just hilarious. Like, oh, fuck. Anyway, that was such a side note. But like when it came to my times tables, because of like some weird thing happened with we got taken by CPS as like when we were kids in like 3rd grade, like my times tables suck. Like everything else is great. But like, anyway, it's just kind of hilarious, like how what you what you hold dear to you when you grow up is actually really reflective of what you are later on in life. If you strive really as a young age person, you really have a strong foundation to go forward. Especially if you have people behind you that are like, "Hey, I see that. Like we need more of that." Like leading up to that. Like I want to do something for the generation. That's what I'm saying. This is the time capsule, because like when I'm 50, I'd like to have 20 years of me being like, look, I was like on it like every day. Like just because I wasn't sitting here making money right then doesn't mean that like 20 years down the line, like it would pay me my weight in gold to know that I helped other people in their time of need. Like my family members, any other people that my subscribers or my family, anybody like that. It would pain me to think that like I knew something and I wasn't able to share it, and then I was taken, or something like that. Like that's what I'm saying. So like there's definitely a log here that I'm trying to create, as well as I need to be able to repeat these transmissions out if I were to ever go automatically, by the way. Like a anonymous relay system here. So I'm not trying to give away too much, like to give the people who are calculating these things, oh, now he's a bigger target because he's thinking about like relaying his information, and like I mean, I know like every episode of Ancient Aliens by heart, and they're killing people from Ancient Aliens. Like, doesn't that make you like think like you're next, bro? Like anything would make you think that's next. But when you have prior Air Force top secret clearance, looking into this stuff, you've seen something as a kid, you have your computer taken by the FBI. Your dad says when he comes pick you up from school, like, hey, why did the FBI come and take your computer? And I was like, I have no idea. What are you talking about? And he said, yeah, people dressed up. They came and took the computer. I was scared because anyway, he had marijuana card, but anyway, he thought he was gonna like lose us again, and he was just glad that they just wanted something from me and not from him in his life anymore. So that raised awareness for me. Eventually telling my dad he needs to go get that laptop back. About a year later, I let it sit for a year, and I was like, okay, Dad, look, you paid a lot for that computer, right? And he's like, yeah. I said, Dad, we're not going to let them somebody's using my computer right now. Okay, somebody's using my computer, and you ever seen an evidence office in those office shows? They're using my computer. They don't need it anymore. Like, it would take 2 minutes to get, you're telling me that it takes a year to get something off of some guy's hard drive, when back in the day when I got locked out of my computer, I had a disk I could put into my CD-ROM drive, and I could literally go into the BIOS and change my password and get into it. There's no need to literally like do anything extra. Like, I mean, it's just crazy how easy it was back then, and now you don't even have CD-ROM drives. You have to have it on a little flash stick. It's all different, but it's the same concept. And then you load it in the boot BIOS menu. It's easy to do. And you're telling me the FBI couldn't even do that to get the stuff off of my computer? And I call bullshit. And this is what I'm telling you guys. Like, you do not let these guys play you as punks. You go back with your father, or whoever, if you're underage, and you go get your stuff back. You do not let them try to silence you. You do not let them sit there and tell you that, you know what? That's my computer now. I'm punking you, basically. It was a freaking i5. Like the turn of it was right when it came out, the technology. It was like a $1,500 laptop. Like, I had just upgraded the RAM to have 16 gigabytes of RAM. Back then, that was unheard of in a laptop. Unheard of. People would freak out. I told them. I was like, dude, look. It's like, it was a gateway, and they went out of business, and I wanted that laptop. I'm telling you, I was not taking no for an answer. And I had a hacked version of like Alienware running on it and everything, man. And they said it had a virus and it had to be wiped. And here's your laptop back, bye. And I said, next time I'm having all of my shit on a separate file server somewhere. So when they come and take my shit, it's just going to be beamed out. Like, bro, I'm done. Like, I've thought of this for 10 years. Like, this is like, it's not happening again. I'm not doing it. Like, I had so much information, not like it was like my own thoughts they erased. Like, you can never do that. Like, that's like Men in Black shit. Like, the only way you could tell me, like, you have to basically hold a gun to my head and tell me, like, look, dude, you say another word, I'm going to kill you. And that's basically when I'd probably concede and say, okay, look, dude, why do you hate everyone so much? Like, because I'm trying to get aliens out to help everyone, and it seems that like everyone likes to think that aliens are worthy of going to go kill somebody over. Look, bro, in my opinion, it doesn't need to be like that. It in a sense, like, it doesn't overthrow religion. It doesn't do anything like that. Like, it's not going to cause civil chaos. If you can't handle people flooding the border, in my opinion, you know what? Might as well throw aliens in there, bro. Might as well. I mean, shit. I mean, what the... I'm thinking it's okay, and I'm calling out Biden on that one, bro. Like, I mean, honest to God. So you leave, you have people falling off of planes, and then you think, like, they're not going to think we're weak. You know what I mean? And then they come over and then you allow them. I don't even know where to go. The tangents are just... Oh God, the millions of gotaways I can't even understand. And then you wonder why, like, everyone's on pins and needles when this Antifa guy comes out of Torrance and goes up there and tries to shoot up when everyone's in that room. I mean, that guy at least knew that. I mean, I'm not advocating for this in an aspect, but I'm trying to say how crazy that, like, that guy, I didn't even know they were all in the same room. And this dude knew they were all in the same room. I'm a news guy, and he knew. So there's something going on, okay? Like, there isn't just, there's this thing, like I said, like, there's this deep government thing. And I'm glad that the old FBI director got arrested for saying that shit, like, stupid shit, like, fucking the seashell crap. I'm not even going to say it, bro, because I don't want to, like, flagged or anything like that, bro. But, like, on God, bro, like, this is on a whole new level of, like, I can't handle this. In the sense that, like, being alive in this day and age and witnessing this is a whole new, like, I mean, it's a ball game that I don't even know if people can understand. Like, being a hermit, like Obi-Wan, like on Tatooine, is like the beginner level. Like, you have no idea, like, the crazy shit. Like, do you think I would have been able to trust anybody in a town? I had to be reintegrated into society, like, watching every car that drove by for about 7 years. Coordinating their color codes of their paint jobs down to their license plates if I could get them. And you're telling me that I didn't have a fucking problem. I had a problem that I knew something that I wasn't supposed to know or whatever. And I wasn't able to get it out to anyone yet in time. And that was eating me alive for quite some time. And to think that now I had a glimmering hope of being able to explain to people what I've learned in a way that can help people understand what we're up against and what we're facing and what we could have if we strive in a civilization, world civilization, towards a goal that is just blissful. Could you imagine the world that we live in if no one stole and it was just like everybody was fine and there was no cancer? We could get there. But like, we're too worrying about red and blue. And like, that is kind of where I have to stand too, is like back in the AOL poll days, I made an old poll before I even knew about politics. And I was just up with this. I said, I am a Republican Democrat. And then somebody commented and said, that doesn't make sense. I said, okay. And then I flipped it and I said, I'm a Republican Democrat. And then, so basically, I was trying to say that I was basically both parties, like equal. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want a party to be labeled to me. Like, I don't want to even be an independent. Like, I think parties are not only stupid, I think it's almost unconstitutional. Like, I mean, I get it. You have the right to assemble and everything, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. The whole other thing, the whole other, like, shady, like, if a shadow government can exist, there's like, what makes you think the political system couldn't be corrupted? And this is why people don't even understand that the Democrats are basically corrupted at this point. And people would like to just think that, like, they're both corrupted. Like, I used to think they're both corrupted. I used to be one of those people. I used to say, hey, look, dude, like, they're both playing each other, right? Like, and they're both, by doing that, they're playing you. Because you don't know what's going on, but they don't know what's going on. So who really knows what's going on? And it's the people who are like me, or like the fog above the war, who basically seen aliens, or like, I know a couple of things that I'm gonna. I don't want to spoil it, but later on, I'm gonna show, and I'm gonna probably get the book. It's like 8,000 pages or something, and it like relates to one of what I saw, my sighting. So it's called the Existentious or something like that. And I'm gonna look into it, man. It really is something that, like, I strive for. And anyway, I just I don't know. Like, I don't want to get too off subject, but at the same time, I kind of feel like I'm on to something that I was like trying to get out for a long time. So anyway, thank you guys for trying to make America healthy again. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe, and share the stuff with other people. I'm gonna let you guys get back to the podcast transmission while I eat. This is probably chillingly cold by now, but hey, not a big deal at all. Anyway, you guys are awesome. make sure, like I said, you guys try to eat healthy as well. Make sure you put your health first and then others. Because like if you try to do everything for everyone else and you do nothing for yourself, you'll end up like falling like straight on your face in like exhaustion. And I don't even think anybody would help pull you up, man. That's the type of world that we're living in. And I'd like to say like you'd find somebody to help pull you up, and that's why I try to be here. So anyway, see you guys. I mean, it's gonna keep going here, but like, thank you guys for watching. Talk to you guys in a minute when I'm done eating. We are continuing rolling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who are they talking to? They're talking to their own people who don't have the internet to double check, and then they're talking to people who use the internet to go to websites like the New York Times, which means all they can do at this point is wage a propaganda war. But here's what's about to happen to them.
So we have a stalemate here. They own the Straits of Hormuz, and we have shut down all their exports with the blockade.
Yep, it's over.
So we could continue that, and because the blockade is definitely effective, and we can make a huge list of everything that's happening to the Iranians in terms of the economic
I don't think they care, though.
And the suffering is about to take place. But you have to, again, recognize who are we really dealing with here.
Hardliners, man.
The guys running the regime, all they care about is staying in power.
Yep.
They don't care about their people. They've demonstrated that time and time again in terms of their economic peril that they put them in themselves and also killing them to make certain they stay in power.
Yep.
So they, in their minds, can outlast us.
And they probably will outlast us if nothing changes, because they're willing to sink all the way back to the Stone Age, apparently, as long as the guys with the guns maintain their position on top of the mountain and keep this country under control. And that's why there has to be some sort of escalation in the minds of many people. But what would that escalation look like?
They are steadfast in that, and they will certainly don't care about their people suffering. The people that think this is going to cause a collapse and they're going to make a deal, I think they're underestimating who these guys really are. So the reality is, then what else are our options? Well, I think option one is return and finish what we started.
Oh.
We spent 3 weeks here trying to work something out with these guys.
Yep.
We have assigned objectives to the CENTCOM, so does Israel. We're 2 weeks short of accomplishing that.
Yep.
Let's go finish that once and for all. Complete that mission that we've given to them. And we can go through a list of targets, but there's leadership targets out there, there's ballistic missiles out there, there's a remnants of the nuclear program that's out there, there's drone storage that's out there, and energy infrastructure, etc.
Yep, infrastructure.
There's plenty of targets that we have assigned.
People are wondering if this means that bridge and power plant day, as Trump jokingly referred to it a few weeks ago, is going to be the next thing that happens, and if that will coincide with a simultaneous strike on remaining military positions as well, that would obliterate pretty much everything that could be used to threaten anybody in any part of the globe, and it could happen suddenly.
We want to finish, and we have twice the amount of combat power to do that from when we started. And the Israelis are flush with munitions.
Load it up.
What do we do about the Straits of Hormuz? We can't leave them in Iranians' hands. They believe now they own it. We have to militarily force that to be cleared and secured and open. And we have the military capability to do that. Another option, what do we do about Karg Island? Karg Island is blocked right now by our blockade.
That's their
An
oil
option,
hub.
when we finish military operations, or maybe even start with military operations, it's an option the president has, certainly, and likely was discussed. We could destroy it. And that would force an eventual economic collapse of the regime. There's no doubt about that. They don't have much alternatives.
Right. So he says that the oil export island, this Karg Island that is in the Persian Gulf area on a part of the strait that has been blocked in, you can't get any oil from their little hub. He says wiping it out means it's the end of the regime. He says the blockade by itself isn't going to do anything, but if you get rid of that, there goes their ability to power their country and to power their regime.
Literally 80% of their revenue comes from that distribution of oil itself, right out of that one place. So those military options went through discussions last week, and the president has those decisions to make. I do think we'll probably move on and do something here other than the blockade, because the blockade in of itself, I don't believe is going to force any concessions out of these people, given who they really are.
Now, what we're probably going to see when something eventually happens is going to be some sort of simultaneous strike operation that the world has never seen before. And that's because the president is actually under a terrific amount of pressure right now. So Trump is supposed to get congressional approval when the Iran war hits 60 days. But again, we've got the ceasefire, which is why there's a lot of squabbling. If we go by the ceasefire timeline, the U.S. still has plenty of time, still got a couple of weeks. But there are lawmakers who are going to say that if Trump does anything past the 60-day mark, that he's just another lawless president, and that he's just proving once again that the biggest criminal on this planet is the one in the White House, and they're going to try to turn that into ammo that the regime gives them to then use in the midterm elections, which they think they're going to take over this country and stop the president from making the world a safer place, which could happen if people watching this don't go vote. But that also means that the president, if he's going to do something, it has to be decisive, it has to be sudden, and it has to be the sort of overwhelming thing that leaves nothing else to accomplish after it happens. He's going to have to accomplish everything right away, or people are going to say, see, it's a forever war. And then they're going to try to use that to force a bunch of votes, to try to bring in some sort of war powers thing, to try and preserve the regime however they can. They might not be able to. We still might have 2 weeks. But regardless, why would the president want to take his time with this? I don't think he does.
Done. And as good as we've done with the blockade, it's not going to work because of the type of people we're dealing with. Israel's defense minister came out and essentially said talks are going nowhere and suggested they might go back to warfare because they cannot allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon or the ballistic missile program. That's not brought up enough.
That's another thing that's very interesting about this. Even if Trump stops operations, well, what's Israel going to do? We don't control them. We work with them, yes, but they're doing what they want. They could launch something. And we do know that in Israel, there is no regime preservation. Let's put it that way. That's not on the table from their elected leaders for some reason.
Oh, the president's briefing, the fact that they evidently are rearming massively as Israel, along with interceptors. Could you also
why are they doing that
about the new hypersonic weapon that's going to be in theater for the first time?
Oh, yeah, this Dark Eagle.
Called the Dark Eagle. That'll allow us to do what if we use it?
Oh, yeah. Tell us.
Well, it's a weapon that the Iranians don't have the capability to defeat. So we can use it at will, obviously at range, and obviously it's very lethal. So it's the most sophisticated missile we have on the battlefield, and yes, we are employing that. When it comes to the Israelis, so our audience understands, there's a ceasefire in name only.
Right.
Hezbollah has violated the ceasefire almost 50 times.
So they could strike
firing
whenever.
into northern Israel with rockets and missiles and mortared. And the Israelis, according to the terms of the ceasefire, have the right to defend against that, so they're conducting military operations. I think we got to recognize it for what it is. We got to let the Israelis finish Hezbollah for sure in southern Lebanon once and for all, and take the leaders down wherever they are in Lebanon.
So that's happening at the exact same time as this new missile's being rolled out to the battlefield for the first time. The Dark Eagle is called the long-range hypersonic weapon. It was successfully tested in 2017. Okay, so we know it works. On April 29th, the U.S. Central Command requested that the Dark Eagle be sent to the Middle East for potential deployment. They're going to use this thing. They're going to fire it. And if they're bringing this over, really points to the fact that whatever happens next is going to be so decisive and so simultaneous that within an instant, the military apparatus of Iran changes forever. What do you think about that? I'll see you in the next video.
All right, so breaking just moments ago, President Trump with a whole lot to say about Iran on his way from the White House to an event in Florida. President Trump telling our own Peter Ducey he's weighing his options about what to do next.
Had the CENTCOM commander come in here yesterday. Was he briefing you on a different approach, options? What kind of options? How would it look different?
There are options. I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of him and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of him?
I prefer not. On a human basis, I prefer not, but that's the option. Do we want to go in there heavy and just blast them away, or do we want to do something? They're a very disjointed leadership, as you can understand, Peter, very disjointed. I mean, they're not getting along with each other, and it puts us in a bad position. One group wants to make a certain deal, the other group wants to make a certain deal, including the hardliners. The hardliners want to make a deal, too. Why wouldn't they? They have no Navy. They have no Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft. They have no nothing.
Well, it was a news-filled departure for President Trump as he makes his way to Florida now. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm Sandra Smith on this Friday in New York. John, good to be with you.
Good to make it to the end of the week with you, Sandra. I'm John Roberts in Washington. This is America Reports. Iranian state media reporting Tehran sent its new proposal through Pakistan, claiming its top priority is peace. But President Trump says it's been hard to get any sort of concrete deal because it's hard to tell who's running the country.
We are going to dig into all of this and much more with White House Principal Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly joining us in moments.
First, though, to Lucas Tomlinson, who's live on the ground in Dubai with the very latest from the region. Hi, Lucas.
Good afternoon, John. The UAE celebrating its first day OPEC-free, as we just heard from President Trump leaving the White House. He says he's not happy with this latest proposal from Iran. Here he was just a few minutes ago.
In terms of the negotiation telephonically, they've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there.
And Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent calling the Iranian regime sewer rats in his post on X, also adding the United States has complete control of the Strait of Hormuz. There is a hard currency, i.e. the U.S. dollar shortage. Food and gasoline rationing are in place. And the entire international community has turned against you, and the blockade will continue until there is pre-February 27 freedom of navigation. President Trump calling the nearly 3-week-old blockade a success. The U.S. Military Central Command said it has turned away 44 ships. Others remain pierside in Iran, others at anchor. The U.S. Navy's blockade has made life even more miserable from Iran's 93 million people, as you can see by this chart. Some think Iran's economy is on the verge of destruction. And Americans back home also feeling the effects of the war. The national average of the price of gasoline is the highest in 4 years. In an effort to fill the gap, U.S. crude oil exports have hit record highs, surpassing 6 million barrels a day. But General Jack Keane warned this morning he thinks the war is at a stalemate.
I do think we'll probably move on and do something here other than the blockade, because the blockade in of itself, I don't believe is going to force any concessions out of these people, given who they really are.
When the president was asked what part of Iran's offer he didn't like, he said Iran is asking for things that I can't agree to. John?
Yeah, one of them, I think, is to maintain its nuclear program. We'll see. Lucas Tomlinson Forrest kicking us out from Dubai. Thank you, Lucas. Sandra?
All right, John, thank you. Let's bring in White House Principal Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly. Welcome to the program. Good to have you here. Very newsy departure for the president just a few moments ago at the sunny White House as he makes his way down to sunny Florida. I want to pick up where Lucas just left off, Anna, and ask you about President Trump saying that Iran is asking for things that I can't agree with. Can you give us any more color as to exactly what that is and what the conversations are?
Well, sure. I'll say that Iran is absolutely desperate to make a deal. Of course, they have been totally decimated militarily. The United States military totally obliterated their ballistic missiles, their production facilities, weakened their proxies, achieved all of the goals outlined under Operation Epic Fury. And now they are being totally strangled economically, partially through the tremendously successful blockade that is causing them to lose $500 million in revenue every single day. And a lot of those oil tankers that were once headed to Iranian ports, now they are headed to the big, beautiful Gulf of America, filling up on American oil. So while the Iranian regime is getting weaker and weaker, the United States is getting stronger and stronger. And so the president has all the cards, as he said. He was not satisfied with their latest proposal because, rest assured, this president has an incredible track record of only making good deals for the American people. And any deal will ensure that this long and short-term threat posed by a nuclear Iran is eliminated for good.
And unfortunate timing there with the Park Service lighting up the lawnmower.
Always.
Hope you can hear us all right. So Lucas Tomlinson talked about this a short time ago. Gas prices in this country are not as high as they were in the Biden administration, but creeping up there. $4.39 current average compared to $4.05 a week ago, and $3.19 a year ago. This is what the president said yesterday on gas prices.
The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And it'll go down. But what won't happen is if Iran had a nuclear weapon and used it, then the whole world is a different place.
Clearly, the world would be a different place if Iran got hold of a nuclear weapon. But right now, the economic situation for many Americans is becoming a different place because of the price of gas. How long does the president expect that these high gas prices will be with us? And what does he say to people who are having trouble putting gas in the tank?
Well, look, the president has been clear-eyed all along the way about the short-term temporary disruptions that would occur as a result of Iran's attempts to subvert the free flow of energy in the Strait of Hormuz. But the good news is that this president built, just over the past year and in his first term, a strong and resilient economy that, as he said, is not only going to send us back to where we were before, but better than we ever were before. Of course, America is now the largest producer of oil than anybody in the world. So as I said earlier, a lot of those tankers are now headed to buying American oil, and this economy is going to be able to bounce back even better than before once this long-term volatility presented by a nuclear threatening Iran is eliminated for good.
Anna, can I circle back where we started as you were detailing how the strategy on the part of the United States and President Trump has dismantled the Iranian economy, crippled it, as the president continues to detail. But specifically to what he just said, when he said, quote, that Iran is asking for things I can't agree with. What specifically is Iran asking for that the president can't agree with?
Well, obviously, I'm not able to go beyond what the president was comfortable saying there. But of course, these are ongoing diplomatic conversations. They continue. And remember, the president has been clear, not just over the past year, but over his entire career. Iran is a country that for 47 years has chanted death to America, has threatened our troops, killed Americans overseas. The president isn't going to allow that to happen anymore. So any agreement is going to ensure the long and short-term safety of the American homeland and our troops overseas. But I'll leave it to the president to get into further details.
Tobin, live in Chicago. Mike, thanks. President Trump says he is not happy with Iran and its new offer, and now is considering his options. One of those, he says, is to, quote, blast the hell out of them. This comes as his administration technically states the Iran conflict is over in a letter to Congress. It says the ceasefire that began in early April is still holding. That is seen by many lawmakers as a maneuver designed to avoid the need for congressional approval of the action at 60 days. Senior White House correspondent Peter Doocy has details tonight, live from the North Lawn. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Brett. Yes, on paper, the war with Iran is over, but because President Trump has not decided to pull any Pentagon assets out of the Persian Gulf, it's not really over.
They're asking for things that I can't agree to.
Negotiations with Iran continue as the White House writes to Congress. The hostilities that began on February 28, 2026 have terminated. That's key, because if those hostilities ran longer than 60 days in a row, President Trump would need to ask Congress for permission to continue to comply with the War Powers Act.
The war powers. Every other president considered it totally unconstitutional, and we agree with that.
Thousands of missiles and bombs have fallen on Iran during Operation Epic Fury, and Vice President Vance, according to The Atlantic, expressed his concerns about the availability of certain missile systems in discussions with President Trump. The president doesn't share those concerns.
All over the world, we have inventory, and we could take that if we need it. For instance, we're stocked and locked and loaded.
As a result of the war, gas prices have climbed to $4.39 a gallon.
And people are angry about it. I'm angry about it when I go to the gas pump.
As soon as the war ends, the gasoline prices will go down.
But Trump is right. As soon as we get the Strait open, you'll see that price fall, hopefully down to $3.50.
If the president decides to break the ceasefire, CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper has presented him new strike options.
Options. I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of them and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of them?
I prefer not. Forever? On a human basis, I prefer not, but that's the option.
President Trump's words there don't make it sound like another military strike against Iran is imminent, but it is also extremely unlikely that he's going to declare Epic Fury officially over until Iran says the magic words, no nuclear weapons. Brett.
And Peter, President Trump is pulling out troops from Germany?
Yes, we just got word from the Department of War. They're going to pull 5,000 troops out of Germany. There are 38,000 American troops stationed there right now. It's going to take 6 to 12 months for this to happen. And the Department of War says they're doing this because they just finished a review of the force posture in Europe. But it's also worth pointing out this comes as President Trump has been extremely critical of Germany for their lack of help with the Iran war. He said yesterday Spain and Italy might soon see American troops leave too. Brett.
Peter Doocy, live on the North Lawn. Peter, thank you. As mentioned, the reaction to Iran's latest peace offer has not been positive. Ashley Webster of Fox Business has details tonight from Tel Aviv.
Iran delivered the text of a new proposal through a mediator in Pakistan. The details have not been revealed, but President Trump says he's not impressed. So far, Tehran has shelved any talks about nuclear weapons, and analysts say negotiations are likely to move slowly.
The hardliners in charge are not about to present to President Trump a deal that he's willing to accept. That's number one. Number two, he's not going to make a bad deal himself.
The blockade continues to keep ships from going in or coming out of any Iranian port, with CENTCOM saying that the U.S. Navy has already turned back now 45 vessels. But Iran remains defiant. Mohammad Ghalibaf, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, posted a sharp jab on X, saying, quote, if you build two walls, one from New York City to the West Coast and another from L.A. to the East Coast, the total length will be 7,755 kilometers, which is still about 1,000 kilometers short of Iran's total borders. Good luck blockading a country with those borders. There are reports that Tehran is using the ceasefire to excavate weapons hidden underground or that are buried under rubble. With a fragile ceasefire still in place, Iran's proxy Hezbollah continues to target Israeli troops with explosive drones in southern Lebanon. So far this week, one Israeli soldier has been killed, 15 others injured. And Brett, despite the ongoing stalemate, the former ambassador to the United States from Pakistan says, look, they're continuing to exchange proposals, which is a positive sign for diplomacy. We'll see. Brett.
Fox News senior strategic analyst, chairman of the Institute of Study Award, General Jack Keane, joins us now. General, first off, the Supreme Leader not knuckling under, warning us that our Navy's going to end up on the bottom of the sea. What does that do to things?
Well, they're always full of bluster. I mean, the rhetoric is considerably much stronger than what they're able to produce in reality in terms of military terms. I mean, that's what this is. It's for their own domestic population, you know, to show that they're still in charge here. They're standing up to the powers of Israel and the United States, and also, obviously, for international consumption. I mean, the administration sees right through that.
So let's talk about what the president got yesterday, a briefing of options that he could take out if we resume the fighting in Iran, which I think seems to be the path we're on. What could you tell me about those options?
Well, first of all, I mean, where are we right now? You know, so the American people understand. We've been 3+ weeks into an attempt to negotiate after the Iranians shut down the straits. The administration believed that there would be an opportunity here for negotiations. I think the Iranians put some feelers out there to convince our negotiators that there clearly was some realistic possibilities here, and none of that turned out to be the case, because the hardliners in charge are not about to present to President Trump a deal that he's willing to accept. That's number one. Number two, he's not going to make a bad deal himself. So we have a stalemate here. They own the Straits of Hormuz, and we have shut down all their exports with the blockade. So we could continue that, and because the blockade is definitely effective. And we can make a huge list of everything that's happening to the Iranians in terms of the economic peril and the suffering that's about to take place. But you have to, again, recognize who are we really dealing with here. The guys running the regime, all they care about is staying in power. They don't care about their people. They've demonstrated that time and time again in terms of their economic peril that they put them in themselves, and also killing them to make certain they stay in power. So they, in their minds, can outlast us in the sense that political pressure, getting closer to the midterms, economic pressure with gas prices on the administration, they believe, even though we have the economic blockade, at some point we will end the war, stop everything, or make a deal with them that meets some of their objectives. The other alternative was to recognize that they are steadfast in that, and they will certainly don't care about their people suffering. The people that think this is going to cause a collapse and they're going to make a deal, I think they're underestimating who these guys really are. So the reality is, then what else are our options? Well, I think option one is return and finish what we started. We spent 3 weeks here trying to work something out with these guys. We have assigned objectives to the CENTCOM, so does Israel. We're 2 weeks short of accomplishing that. Let's go finish that once and for all. Complete that mission that we've given to them. And we can go through a list of targets, but there's leadership targets out there, there's ballistic missiles out there, there's a remnants of the nuclear program that's out there, there's drone storage that's out there, and energy infrastructure, etc. There's plenty of targets that we have assigned that we want to finish, and we have twice the amount of combat power to do that from when we started. And the Israelis are flush with munitions. Also, what do we do about the Straits of Hormuz? We can't leave them in Iranians' hands. They believe now they own it. We have to militarily force that to be cleared and secured and open. And we have the military capability to do that. Another option, what do we do about Karg Island? Karg Island is blocked right now by our blockade. An option, when we finish military operations, or maybe even start with military operations, it's an option the president has, certainly, and likely was discussed. We could destroy it. And that would force an eventual economic collapse of the regime. There's no doubt about that. They don't have much alternatives, because literally 80% of their revenue comes from that distribution of oil itself right out of that one place. So those military options went through discussions last week, and the president has those decisions to make. I do think we'll probably move on and do something here other than the blockade, because the blockade in of itself, I don't believe is going to force any concessions out of these people, given who they really are.
So, yeah, I mean, as great as Treasury's done and as good as we've done with the blockade, it's not going to work because of the type of people we're dealing with. Israel's defense minister came out and essentially said talks are going nowhere, and suggested they might go back to warfare because they cannot allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon or the ballistic missile program. That's not brought up enough. So that, the president's briefing, the fact that they evidently are rearming massively as Israel, along with interceptors. Could you also, General, tell me about the new hypersonic weapon that's going to be in theater for the first time that evidently arrived, called the Dark Eagle, that'll allow us to do what if we use it?
Well, it's a weapon that the Iranians don't have the capability to defeat. So we can use it at will, obviously at range, and obviously it's very lethal. So it's the most sophisticated missile we have on the battlefield. And yes, we are employing it. When it comes to the Israelis, so our audience understands, there's a ceasefire in name only. Hezbollah has violated the ceasefire almost 50 times, firing into northern Israel with rockets and missiles and mortars. And the Israelis, according to the terms of the ceasefire, have the right to defend against that, so they're conducting military operations. I think we got to recognize it for what it is. We got to let the Israelis finish Hezbollah, for sure, in southern Lebanon once and for all, and take the leaders down wherever they are in Lebanon. We just got to get to their end state in achieving that. Right. The ceasefire is not curbing Hezbollah's behavior at all.
And by the way, the friction within the Iranian government is on full display. It's so obvious. It's almost impossible to cut a deal with people that can't even understand what their criteria is for a deal. General Jack Keane will continue to watch, read the Institute Study of War, which you founded. Thanks so much.
Yeah, great talking to you. Have a wonderful weekend.
President Trump with a lot to say about negotiations with Iran on his way out of the White House. Part of the problem, he doesn't know who he's supposed to be negotiating with.
Right now, we have negotiations going on. They're not getting there. They are very disjointed. They're extremely disjointed. They're not able to get along with each other as leaders. They don't know who the leader is. Their military has been defeated. If we left right now, it would take them 20 years to build back that country. But we're not satisfied at this moment.
Let's bring in retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General John Teichert for more on this. General, always great to see you. Thanks for being with us today. So the president seems happy enough to let Iran sweat out this blockade. This is what else he said.
They want to make a deal badly. We have a problem because nobody knows for sure who the leaders are. It's a little bit of a problem. You know, the leaders have been wiped out along with their military, almost all of their military.
But General Jack Keane said that he doesn't know that this blockade in and of itself is going to work. What do you think?
John, I think we're in a race against the clock right now, whether the pressure of the blockade is enough to change the strategic calculus of the Iranian regime first, or whether the domestic international pressure is stronger on President Trump. But I agree with General Keane that I think there's one thing that can accelerate the clock in our favor, and that is limited strategic strikes on areas that would be significant to the regime that can accelerate that clock in our favor.
What would those be?
I think regime targets and those regime energy targets like Karg Island that fund the regime, I think that fundamentally changes the ability of the regime to stay in power and remain in power and would get their attention to our benefit.
General Sandra here in New York, thanks so much for joining us. Here was another exchange with Peter Doocy and President Trump as Trump was departing the White House a few moments ago on blasting the hell out of Iran. Listen to what he said.
I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of him and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
Do you want to go blast the hell out of him?
I'd prefer not. On a human basis, I prefer not, but that's the option.
I prefer not, said the president. On a human basis, I prefer not. That's an option, though. What did you think of his response there?
Sandra, I think that he's keeping his options open, and I think that combination of the economic pressure of the blockade and the possibility, if not the reality, of striking those targets that would get the attention of the regime, I think that mix of factors could be the winning combination to bring them to the table.
I mean, when you talk about this idea of blasting the hell out of them, you know, you can blast the hell out of their military infrastructure, but you get to a point, General, where there's not much military infrastructure left to go, that they still do have a lot of drones and ballistic missiles. Then you got to go after regime targets. But as long as they have all the weapons and the Iranian citizenry does not have the weapons, they're going to maintain power. Does the president have to try to create the conditions for people to be able to take to the streets again, as they did in January, not get slaughtered, and potentially effect an overthrow?
John, I think there's two avenues for it here. Either there's regime change that we could facilitate with more focused targeting of the regime, or something that I call regime enlightenment, which is making it painful enough for the regime or help them to realize that their future is not likely to remain the regime if we start striking those energy or economic targets that may change their calculus. And I think focusing our military strikes, if we start them, on those two types of target sets would change their mind potentially and help nudge us forward to a deal that would be favorable to us.
You know, I think people are heading into another weekend here, General, and they're just wondering, what is this timeline starting to look like to you?
Sandra, I think the challenge is, when is it significantly painful enough for the regime that either they don't believe they can remain in power now, or they don't have the avenues to remain in power in the future because we've strangled their finances? And hopefully sooner rather than later, with the combination of a good sound blockade and limited but strategic strikes, that we can accelerate that timeline, again, to our benefit.
Well, you know, they are nothing if not stubborn, so we'll see what lies ahead. General, always good to be with you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
The future of the Live Golf Tour is in jeopardy tonight. We first broke this story on Special Report more than 2 weeks ago. The Saudi fund that has poured billions of dollars into the effort says it will end its contribution after this current season. Senior Foreign Affairs correspondent Greg Palcott has details tonight from London.
It's official. Saudi Arabia saying it's ending its funding for sporting upstart Live Golf. Saudi's Public Investment Fund, or PIF, has pumped billions into the nearly 4-year-old league, aiming to rival the more established PGA Tour, luring away big-name golfers with mega salaries. After losing hundreds of millions, as reported by Brett Baer in mid-April, the fund says it's reorienting where it puts its money, as it also deals with economic fallout from the conflict in Iran, saying in a statement, the substantial investment required by Live Golf over a longer term is no longer consistent with the current phase of PIF's investment strategy. Live Golf, which even critics say has brought the game to new places while upping players' earnings, put its spin on a new funding drive, saying it wants to engage in constructive, forward-looking discussions with prospective global investors and partners who share its vision for an inclusive and modernized game. But without Saudi cash, experts doubt the tour can hold on to stars like Jon Rahm and Bryson DeChambeau.
The answer would be I don't believe so, that anybody would come in and invest this kind of money.
Players Brooks Koepka and Patrick Reed left Live and are heading back to the PGA months before today's news. Others now reportedly trying. The renowned tour not making it easy. President Trump has supported Live Golf, the fund backing it chaired by Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. Trump hosted Live tournaments at his golf clubs, including one upcoming at his D.C. area course. When asked about the news today, the president offered this.
I'd love to see Live, but I do believe that all of the golfers should be playing, the great golfers should be playing against each other.
We also asked sportscaster Gray what all this disruption has meant to the sport of golf. He replied, the game is strong. The game will survive. This too shall pass. Brett.
Greg Palcott in London. Greg, thanks.
In terms of the negotiation telephonically, they've made strides, but I'm not sure if they ever get there.
President Trump earlier talking about negotiations with Iran as Israel is threatening to resume strikes on Iran if the conflict resumes. Let's bring in Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the United States. Mr. Ambassador, always good to spend time with you. Thank you for joining us this Friday afternoon. So in terms of any renewed strikes on Iran, I assume that Israel would either need approval or the participation of the United States. What are you hearing in that regard?
Good to hear. Good to be with you, John. As always, I think it's just the other way around. The IDF is now on high alert tonight. The Israeli Defense Forces waiting the word from President Trump to see whether President Trump will renew the hostilities against Iran. I don't think Israel's going to be the first to pull the trigger here. And even if it were, you're right. Israel wouldn't do it without very close cooperation and a very bright green light from the White House. But as far as we in Israel understand it, we're waiting on the word from the White House.
So what's your thoughts on if hostilities were to resume, what targets would be gone after?
Well, I think at this time that they would target the energy sources, the power plants, the oil refinery centers, what wasn't targeted last time on Karg Island, and great emphasis put on opening up the Iranian blockade of the Hormuz Straits. That is knocking out the shore batteries. There are apparently hundreds, if not more, of these light craft that belong to the IRGC. The United States was very successful in sinking the Iranian Navy, its official Navy, but there's an unofficial Navy of small craft that can carry explosives. They can do like suicide boats. And if you got 50 of those coming out an aircraft carrier, it's going to be a challenge. So I think that's the opportunity to strike along the coast of the Strait of Hormuz and open it up.
Although the United States Navy does have a lot of expertise and experience in taking out small boats that are traveling fast on the open ocean, the president seems to be banking, at least for the moment, that this blockade is going to squeeze Iran to the point where it will capitulate. Here's what the Wall Street Journal wrote about it. A growing camp of hardliners believe Iran has to take the military initiative and start a shooting war again to send oil prices soaring higher and increase the pressure on Trump. They argue that the blockade goes beyond the sanctions that Iran has faced down in the past and amounts to an act of war that must have a military response. So according to the Wall Street Journal, it might be the Iranians that start shooting first.
Well, I read that this morning, and I thought to myself, Dirty Harry. And we're of an age, right, John? You remember the Dirty Harry movies? Go ahead, pull the trigger. Pull the trigger, make my day.
Yep.
And nobody can complain to Israel or the United States if Iran starts firing at us once again. And we take countermeasures. And those countermeasures just happen to knock out what remains of Iran's oil industry and energy-producing sites. So, again, Dirty Harry, make my day.
Yeah, well, and Dirty Harry asked, I know what you're saying to yourself. Did he fire 5 bullets or 6? You want to try? So Iran appears to be weighing its options in terms of military action. Here's what the Wall Street Journal wrote. Iranian officials said Tehran could use previously unused weapons to attack U.S. warships, from submarines to mine-carrying dolphins. I don't know that they have any submarines, though. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has threatened to step up escalation by cutting phone cables in the Strait of Hormuz, which would disrupt internet traffic globally. I'm not sure what runs across the Strait of Hormuz that would connect the global internet, but I mean, when you take a look at that, it sounds like Iran is thinking about what do they do if they start hostilities again. And it may not be
But
good.
you have to assume that they're not going to go darkly into that night. They like that quietly into that dark night. For them, this is an existential battle. It's an existential battle, say, politically for the president, for the Republican Party, and if they may lose those midterm elections. But if the Iranian regime loses the war, they're going to lose their lives. Yeah. The families of the 30,000 Iranians that they massacred back in January, they're going to come after them. So for them, they're going to pull out any stop they have, any type of out-of-the-box military action they're going to throw at the United States and throw at Israel. We have to be ready for it, and we have to redouble our retaliation against these steps and make it just completely punishing for the Iranian regime. So in addition to the economic pressure, which is extremely painful for them, they're losing between $300 and $500 million a day in oil income through the blockade of the Straits, and the economy was on the verge of collapse before the war. And the rial, the Iranian currency, is worth nothing, literally worth nothing. This may just bring this regime to the negotiating table in a realistic way to meet the demands of President Trump and of Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Well, that would be a good thing for the end of the war and for the economy, but I'm not sure how good that would be for the Iranian people in the long run. Michael
That's
Lawrence,
the sad part, certainly.
Yeah, always great to spend time with you, sir. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John.
Sandra?
All right. I want to bring in former CENTCOM spokesman Joe Pacino. And Joe, welcome to our program here. It's good to have you on here.
Hi, Joe.
A couple of things here. The blockade's doing its job by the U.S. Navy. That economy in Iran is getting battered. It seems the IRGC is in charge. If you agree with all three of those things, what now, Joe?
Well, I think we resume, Bill, the military destruction here. I think what you've got is you're laying two measures of pressure on top of each other. You got the military pressure, and then on top of that, you got the economic destruction really here imposed by the blockade. You know, the military component of this has in many ways already been won, but we can continue the strikes on infrastructure, on bridges, on oil facilities, on command and control nodes, you know, continue those strikes, and then really just behind that, continue the economic stranglehold we've got on top of Iran. And all those pressures, the idea is that we'll bring them back to a negotiation that we can live with.
General Jack Keane was on our show, on Fox and Friends this morning. It's a little bit of a different point of view. Watch here.
I think option one is return and finish what we started. We can go through a list of targets, but there's leadership targets out there, there's ballistic missiles out there, there's a remnants of the nuclear program that's out there. Also, what do we do about the Straits of Hormuz? We can't leave them in Iranians' hands. They believe now they own it. We have to militarily force that to be cleared and secured and open. And we have the military capability to do that.
So obviously, President Trump's been given all of these options as commander-in-chief. You can look across. Do you think it's just more, from your point of view, do you think it's more prudent to wait, see how the economic blockade continues to hurt them, especially if they have to change over and stop pumping oil?
I do not, Dana. I think we should start the military campaign here in the next, 48 to 96 hours.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and then just continue to really put that military pressure, that military destruction, continue to hit the IRGC facilities, the drone production facilities. We've taken out so much of their military, and I think I would just, consider continuing to attrit the military production, the military facilities there, the command and control. We've now got hypersonic missiles in the region. We have twice the amount of capability in the region, almost twice the amount from when we started this campaign, February 28th. I think if we layer both of these things on at the same time, military pressure, economic destruction at the same time, I think the various, there's three kind of factions inside of Iran that are considering this. I think that leads to diplomatic pressure, which could lead to a negotiation that we can live with, that Israel can live with, and that the Gulf states can live with, frankly.
Great story this morning in the Wall Street Journal talking about the split within the country of Iran. Like the politicians want to cut a deal, but the hardliners do not. With regard to the politicians, the president said this on X on Thursday, said the world has witnessed Iran's tolerance and conciliation. What's being done under the guise of a naval blockade is an extension of military operations against a nation paying the price for its resistance and independence. Continuation of this oppressive approach is intolerable. How do you see Iran viewing its position as leverage? What are they watching here in our country, Joe?
So really quick, Bill, they're watching the polls, they're watching the gas prices, they're watching the political cycle. And what's clear from watching the White House is that President Trump is not going to feel pressured by the gas prices, by the polls, by the political cycle. And that gives him all of the leverage, because at a certain point, Iran is this economic destruction is just going to crush Iran and crush their ability to fund the war and crush their ability to pay the IRGC. And that will potentially turn to a disloyalty moment with the IRGC.
All right, Joe Bacino, it's great to have you. There's so many things that the president has to decide, and we appreciate your analysis this morning.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
With that, we bring in retired Vice Admiral Robert Harward. He is former Deputy Commander of U.S. Central Command and a fellow at the Jewish Institute for National Security. Admiral Harward grew up in Iran and went to school in Tehran as a young man. Admiral, very good to have you with us. Thank you for joining me today. You hear the president's frustration that he's not able to get to an agreement with the leadership, and then you hear Ghalibaf, the head of the parliament in Iran, sort of teasing and saying, we're so much bigger than you are. You can't blockade Iran. So it seems the president believes that this blockade and the economic battle can ultimately bring Iran to its knees without further military strikes. Do you agree with that?
Well, it depends on how it affects internally. But yes, it's a sound strategy, and they're going to pay a very painful price for this. The issue is how long it will take. Now, Ghalibaf had a good point. It is a vast country, but the topography only allows really central points from the flow stuff in and out of the country. From the north through Tabriz, through the west through Turkey, Pakistan. So we can control those flow points by striking them. We control the air. So I think the president still has so many of these options that he can be patient and let the economic blockade of the oil go on itself, or he can go after some of these supply lines. He can deny all the airspace. You saw the prime minister fly to Pakistan, fly to Russia. We could deny them flying. Any plane in the air could be a target. So there are a lot of things the president still can and will do if he doesn't see results here. And I would add, I think this is beyond negotiations. It's purely concessions. Agree to dismantling the nuclear program, and there may be negotiations on how you do that, but that's gone. And then the free flow of commerce, that's indisputable. That's what he wants. And the longer they cease meeting those objectives, the more they'll suffer.
So what is your reaction, understanding the country as well as you do, when the president talks about this frustration, that you've got these social media posts from Araghchi, the foreign minister, and Ghalibaf, and then you have the head of the IRGC, who doesn't seem to be particularly interested in any sort of negotiation and says, look, there's no way we're giving up our nuclear program. It's not going to happen.
Tell me anything that's different from the last 30 years.
Yeah, exactly.
They've been all same negotiation. It's just rhetoric and nothing more. And I think the real issue is the Iranian people who are suffering. There's going to be a tipping point where they can't get water, they're not getting paid, and that they are going to have to come to the streets regardless of the other actions. And that's where some of the president's options may have the most impact, how he can support the people of Iran. And he's been very clear in communicating that and meeting those objectives. So I'm sure those are some of the options they discussed with the chairman, the CENTCOM commander, and so we'll see how that plays out. But as you watch the stock market and all the other, time is on the president's hands.
So do you think that there is any real future of these negotiations with this leadership? I mean, it seems to me we're back at square one in terms of being stuck with this same mullah leadership that, has never really changed their opinions about how they see things. And you talk about the people in Iran who clearly want to have totally different leadership. They want to go back to the freedoms that they knew pre-1979. Is there hope for that still?
In my opinion, it's inevitable. It's just how we get there. How much destruction, how much pain the Iranian people can go through. And this regime knows that. If they relinquish those elements of power, they're doomed. So in my humble opinion, it's inevitable either way. We just have to stay the course. And I would tell you, everyone in the region is cheering for the president to stay the course. And so I believe he will, regardless of all the political rhetoric going on right now.
Yeah, he seems determined to finish the job. It's just a question of which way it's going to happen and whether or not another layer of leadership needs to go for those catalysts to begin to move is one of the decisions that's on the president's plate right now. He clearly wants progress. He's not a patient man, and he wants to see this, the wheels turning here to get to the end of this situation in a much better place for the Iranian people as well. Admiral, always great to see you, sir. Thank you very much for joining me today.
Good to be with you.
One of the country's top oil executives telling Fox today it is moving to keep supplies high as the U.S. carries out a blockade of Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz.
The U.S. is helping meet the moment, not only here at home, where supplies are ample and the concerns about shortages really do not exist, absent maybe California, and we are helping meet the demands of the world. And so I think the U.S. energy industry is standing tall during this moment of need.
Fox Business correspondent Lauren Simonetti has been tracking all of this for us live from New York City. Lauren?
Hi, Sandra. Good to see you. Well, Chevron CEO Mike Wirth also said the U.S. is not only the biggest producer, but also the biggest exporter of oil and gas. 72% of our LNG exports, they're going to Europe right now. And Sandra, I want you to look at that. This is the armada of empty VLCCs. Those are the big ships that hold 2 million barrels of oil each. They're making their way to the Gulf Coast to fill up with American oil. This week, the U.S., for the first time since World War II, became a net exporter of crude oil for the first time. The world needs our oil as the Navy's blockade of Iran's ports in the Strait of Hormuz continues. Let's take a look at some dark fleet ships and tankers that are docked this morning at the port of Chabahar in Iran. They can't get into the strait. That's why they're stuck there. They can't fill up with or sell Iranian oil. The standstill has U.S. drivers paying $4.39 to fill up the gas tank today. The worry is if there's no movement at the strait and the U.S. continues to draw down our own inventories, gas could hit $5 this month.
By the time we get to Memorial Day, we'll hit $5 a gallon of gasoline. And if the conflict continues through the remainder of the summer and we still don't have resupply from the Middle East Gulf, then we'll continue to see prices continue to rise through the summer.
President Trump acknowledging the possibility.
Gasoline's high, but when this is over, you'll have a world without a nuclear weapon with Iran. If you allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon, the world would be in great jeopardy. So it's not going to happen. As soon as the war ends, the gasoline prices will fall.
He says they will fall like Iraq. One more thing, Venezuela. Since the U.S. got involved there, their oil exports are at a 7-year high, a reported 1.23 million barrels a day, Sandra. So everything is shifting really fast, and it's coming to the West, specifically the U.S.
Really fascinating to watch. Lauren, thank you. Sure. Good to see you. All right.
Iran is dying to make a deal. I can only tell you that. I don't want to get into it, but they cannot be nuclear other than that. But their Navy's gone, their Air Force is gone. Every ounce of any form of equipment practically is gone, and they want to make a deal.
So President Trump is pushing hard on Iran to make a deal, and he's keeping one red line very clear, that it cannot have a nuclear weapon, full stop. Meantime, the U.S. blockade continues to crush Iran's economy. The regime is running out of space to store the oil it cannot sell. The head of Central Command was at the White House yesterday briefing the president and other leaders there. Senator Lindsey Graham says this is really no time at all to let up the pressure.
It's not about how long it goes on. It's about how it ends. If you want perpetually high gas prices and a world in chaos, let Iran get back in the game. Let them survive with their nuclear ambitions intact. That's unacceptable. To my Democratic colleagues, I've pretty much had it with the idea that Iran is not a threat to the world.
And all of this coming to a head as today marks the 60-day deadline for Congress to reauthorize Operation Epic Fury. Our Alexandria Huff is at the White House with the latest. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Aisha. Yeah, the administration is arguing that this deadline is not a deadline because the clock should not have continued running. Explaining this to Fox, quote, the hostilities that began on February 28th have terminated and a ceasefire has been agreed to, adding to us that there has been no exchange of fire involving U.S. armed forces since April 7th. Therefore, this reauthorization isn't due or needed. Continuing with this statement, the administration is in active conversations with the Hill on this topic. Members of Congress who try to score political points by usurping the commander-in-chief's authority would only undermine the United States military abroad, which no elected official should want to do. At the same time, Iran's Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei reportedly remains in poor health, still reeling from earlier airstrike injuries. He vowed yesterday that Iran would protect its nuclear capabilities and said the only place for the American military in the Persian Gulf is at the bottom of its waters. Without a deal, the administration says Iran's fragile oil storage system is going to soon reach capacity and push Iran deeper into economic crisis, costing it an additional $170 million a day in lost revenue.
If you look at the stress, I'm talking as an economist, if you look at the economic stress that the Iranian people are under right now, that it should be unacceptable to any civilized leader.
Now, Iran faces potential permanent damage to its oil infrastructure. President Trump does acknowledge that Americans are feeling pressure at the pump.
The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And it'll go down.
The national average, though, today, Aisha, $4.39 a gallon. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Alex Hoff, live for us. Thank you very much. Let's bring in Victoria Coates. She served as Deputy National Security Advisor during President Trump's first term. She's also Vice President of National Security for the Heritage Foundation. Victoria, great to have you. So the CENTCOM commander visits the White House and sort of lays out the options for the president should he decide to resume military strikes. What's your read on the situation right now? Do you think that the president will do that, and how quickly?
Well, Aisha, great to be with you. I think that both Admiral Cooper and General Kane, gave the president a range of options. People are talking about a military operation to clear the strait. That may eventually become necessary. Some other targeted bombing of infrastructure that the president has discussed. But really what the second front of this war is the economic front. Operation Economic Fury, which is what Secretary Bessent has been talking about, and the just utter decimation of the Iranian economy. And so I think as the reality of what they're facing, what they've done to themselves over the last 2 months set in, we'll see if they're going to start to make some meaningful concessions on the nuclear program. And that's when we will know that the situation is up for them, because they've always held their nuclear program as their get-out-of-jail-free card. It's the last thing they will sacrifice. But if they're in that extreme state, then I think the president's going to have a ton of leverage.
Well, let's put the numbers on the screen. You're talking about this economic warfare, and Iran is getting hit hard. I mean, the country is losing a whopping $435 million a day in economic activity, and that includes nearly $140 million a day in lost oil revenue. The cost of living is soaring in that country, food inflation exceeding 112%. I mean, these numbers are nuts. And Iran's currency, Victoria, just collapsed to 1.8 million rials to just $1. The Wall Street Journal, with this headline here, Iran is grasping for a solution to an American blockade it cannot break. Quote, for almost 5 decades, Iran's Islamic government has survived financial pressure from the U.S. by selling oil to China. It confronted American military might with guerrilla tactics, but with the U.S. Navy's blockade, that strategy might have met its match, analysts said. But, even with this blockade hurting them, we see the numbers, it's hurting them. Jack Keane said earlier today that the Iranians believe they can outlast us. They're watching how this is politically affecting the president here at home, what's happening with gas prices, and they think they can dig in and let it go for a while. They don't care about their people.
No, they absolutely don't. And that's a very important point. But, maybe they're reading the New York Times and getting their fake news, if you will, from there, and they're believing their own propaganda. But the economic reality won't lie. I mean, that rial, that currency has lost 98% of its value over the last 10 years. They've shut down their stock market for 2 months. But the really interesting statistic, Aisha, and where I think the rubber's going to hit the road here is unemployment. They've lost 1 million jobs. And because of the destruction of the steel industry, the carpet industry, the oil industry, they have 10 million jobs at risk. That starts to look like 50% unemployment. That's when they can't go on. And so the regime can take as much pain as it wants at that point. But normal Iranians, their lives are going to cease to function. That's what happened in December and January. And I think we would be much better prepared to support them now. And the regime will be in a much weaker position if that does come to pass.
Victoria, very quickly, with just 15 seconds left here, the president says he might pull out troops from countries that are not helping, European countries like Spain, Germany, Italy. Do you think he goes through with that?
Oh, we've long advocated for this. These are World War II deployments. I want to look at New Europe. I want to look at Poland, Romania, the Baltic states, our new Nordic friends in NATO. We should be going east and north, where the threat is, to deploy our troops in Europe.
Okay. Victoria Coates, thank you so much for coming on. Great to see you.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-hosts Harris Faulkner and Kaylee McEnany on Outnumbered every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page for daily highlights.
China's fourth aircraft carrier, designated 004, is still sitting in the shipyard of Dalian, with no fully assembled hull yet revealed to the public. Meanwhile, the U.S. Navy's most advanced Gerald R. Ford-class aircraft carrier has already been declared defeated in online Chinese commentary. The commotion was sparked by a single blurry satellite image. To most viewers, it shows little more than a large metal lump in the shipyard, perhaps slightly longer than last time. That's all. But to a growing community of online military enthusiasts, this image became a puzzle to decode China's naval ambitions. Within hours, users began measuring dimensions directly off their screens, estimating length, calculating beam width, and estimating displacement. My calculation puts the waterline width at 43.5 meters, one post reads. That's not right. I got 42.84 meters, another responds. 42.8 meters, with 2 decimal places, on an image with such low resolution that you can barely make out the workers. They managed to calculate the precision down to the centimeter. Next, things got even livelier. Some claimed, I've measured the waterline. It's 315 meters, while others claimed, that's nonsense. How could you include the bulbous bow in your measurement? Amateur. This term sounds so technical. If you didn't know any better, you'd think it was a technical discussion at some shipyard. But the most interesting part? Even people within their own circle admitted, well, at this stage, the hull isn't fully formed yet, so the waterline can't possibly be accurately measured. Despite saying it's impossible to measure it, they didn't stop. Why? Because the conclusion was already decided. The 004 must be bigger than the Ford class. They then calculated the displacement. They followed a formula. Length times width times draft times shape coefficient. Then they plugged in various mystical data they extracted from the pixels, and with a tap of a calculator, out came the results, 107,000 tons. Nothing more, nothing less. Just a few thousand tons more than the Ford class, which weighs in at 101,600 tons. This number was calculated with such precision, it definitely doesn't sound like outrageous boasting. By this point, the steel plates of the ship hadn't even been fully welded, but in terms of physics, it has already surpassed the United States. But that wasn't enough. The netizens quickly moved on to discussions about the carrier-based aircraft. Keep in mind, this was at the stage when only 25% of the hull has been constructed. They said NATO had already named the 004 aircraft, the J-50 dubbed the Decider, and the J-36 called the Judge. Even more impressively, after naming the aircraft, the performance specs were immediately released. The J-50's missile bay could hold 9 PL-16 missiles. A carrier-based aircraft that even the official sources haven't acknowledged, with no clear image even seen, and the designers in the comment section had already detailed how many missiles it could carry. Then came the argument for China's inevitable victory. Some said, look at the 2025 India-Pakistan air battle. The guys who sold to Pakistan knocked out their French Rafales. This shows that China's weapons have fully surpassed the West. So, what's left for the U.S. Navy? The only advantage left is that they have too many aircraft carriers and can sail around the world. Did you catch that? In their words, the U.S. Navy is just a large global cruise line company. This is the most fascinating part of the 004. The ship isn't even finished, the carrier-based aircraft haven't been revealed, and nuclear power hasn't even been tested yet. But in the comments section, the Pacific naval battle has already been concluded, and China achieved a great victory. The CCP's most effective aircraft carrier propaganda isn't happening in the Dalian shipyard, it's in the online comment sections. All it needs to do is provide a vague hint, and the rest of the myth will be eagerly filled in by netizens themselves. The netizens aren't going crazy, the officials gaslit first. What's even more interesting is that the myth surrounding the 004 isn't just the work of online commentators. The officials have been right there handing out the matches. In April 2026, around the 77th anniversary of the People's Navy, officials released a promotional video titled Into the Deep. At first glance, it appears to be an enthusiastic recruitment video, but the real fun does not lie in the weapons or warships, but in the names. The video features several characters. One named Liaoning, which sounds like Liaoning, the name of the first aircraft carrier. Another carrier is named Shandong, referring to another aircraft carrier. There's also a character named Fujian, which sounds like the name of yet another aircraft carrier. These three names conveniently hide the current active aircraft carriers, the Liaoning, the Shandong, and Fujian within them. Then the video introduces a 19-year-old new recruit named He Jian, which sounds like nuclear ship. The first three carriers have hull numbers 16, 17, and 18. Now there's a 19-year-old nuclear ship. Do we really need to spell it out? The official announcement didn't directly confirm that the fourth aircraft carrier would be nuclear-powered. Instead, it placed the names of Liaoning, Shandong, and Fujian in front, and then introduced the 19-year-old He Jian. The rest was left for netizens to figure out. This is the cleverness of the CCP's propaganda. It doesn't make things explicit, but instead fills the air with subtle signals. In the future, when the 004 actually comes to fruition, they can say, see, we've been hinting at this all along. If the 004 doesn't turn out as spectacular as expected, they can also say, when did we ever officially announce that? It was all speculation from netizens and foreign media. Thus, the 004 hype isn't just a result of wild speculation from comment sections. The government set up a riddle, and netizens turned it into a full-fleshed myth. We must clarify something important. The 120,000 tons and the 105 aircraft numbers circulating online aren't official data on the 004 aircraft carrier from the CCP. Their origins are a perfect example of the CCP's tactics. First, some foreign military websites and anonymous open source intelligence accounts, based on a blurry satellite image, took some guesses to calculate the data. Then, this exported information was picked up by domestic military forums and media, and treated like exclusive international reports, and then brought back home. Over time, through repeated cross-referencing and quoting, it snowballed into what people now treat as facts. Look, even foreigners are saying it. The 004 will surpass a Ford class. Sometimes, when the government officials can't spread outrageous stories themselves, they let outsiders do it for them. After enough hype is created, they bring it back as evidence to prove their superiority. If something goes wrong in the future, such as the ship being smaller than expected or technical failures, the government officials can just shrug and say, all of it was speculation anyway. We never said that. But if the hype works out in their favor, they can just go with the flow. So now you understand. The 120,000 tons, technical specifications meant for shipyard engineers, their emotional triggers targeted at anxious netizens. Let's set aside the mythical 004 for now, and turn our focus to the Fujian aircraft carrier, which has already been commissioned and is in service. So, what is its current situation? In October 2025, CNN published an article that did something very interesting. They brought in Carl Schuster, a retired U.S. Navy captain. He is no ordinary military commentator, but someone who actually served on 2 American aircraft carriers. CNN also brought in Keith Stewart, a former carrier-based aircraft pilot who spent his days launching and landing on the deck of aircraft carriers. These 2 veterans laid out a photo of the Fujian carrier's deck on the table. They likely had their reading glasses on and studied the details of it for a long time. In the end, they reached a conclusion, one that would make any patriotic little pink jump in disbelief. They said, the combat capability of the Fujian carrier is only about 60% of that of the Nimitz class. And for context, the Nimitz class carriers have been in service since the 1970s and are only just beginning to be decommissioned. Why only 60%? The 2 veterans explained it in detail, not just making guesses. They said the Fujian deck's layout has a fundamental flaw. The geometric relationship between its takeoff and landing areas is all wrong, which means the aircraft carrier cannot simultaneously launch and recover aircraft. In modern naval warfare, every second counts. The minimum requirement is to be able to launch aircraft while simultaneously recovering those running low on fuel. This is called sustained combat power. But with Fujian's design, it's simply impossible to use for battle. There's another particularly harsh line in the CNN article. The 2 veterans said that the reason for this textbook-level mistake happened because China is starting from scratch in building aircraft carriers, without the decades of experience that the U.S. Navy has. Essentially, no one has taught them, so they didn't know about the pitfalls. Now, here's the issue. The Fujian aircraft carrier is still sitting on the table, including all the mistakes that haven't been fixed yet. Meanwhile, the same design team has already turned their attention and started working on the 004, which is supposedly going to be perfect. So, will the next model simply copy the mistakes from the last one? It is a possibility, as the nuclear-powered land model for the 004 has yet to even run smoothly. In November 2024, the Associated Press, using satellite images, confirmed for the first time that a land-based prototype nuclear reactor for large surface warships, known as the Longwei Project, was hidden in a mountain valley near Leshan, Sichuan. How many years would it take for a project to go from building a prototype reactor to getting it running reliably, identifying problems, redesigning, and finally receiving the military's seal of approval? According to Jane's Defense Weekly, the process of approval, certification, and operational testing would typically take several years, meaning at least 5. But according to Chinese military fans, the 004 is expected to officially enter service by 2030. In just 5 years, the prototype reactor needs to run smoothly, the design needs final approval, it has to be transported to the shipyard, installed, and undergo debugging and sea trials. Talk about rushing it. The bigger issue is still ahead. Nuclear-powered engines aren't something you can just hand off to any random crew member. They need a fully qualified team of nuclear-certified personnel. The U.S. Navy's Nuclear Power School is known to be one of the toughest training programs in the military. A sailor typically needs at least 2 years to go from joining the program to independently operating a reactor. And if you want to become a chief engineer, you're looking at least 10 years of training. What about the Chinese Navy? While they have personnel who can operate nuclear submarines, the scale and power of these reactors are nothing compared to what's needed for an aircraft carrier. A few dozen sailors can manage a submarine reactor, but a carrier's nuclear power requires several hundred people. Has China set up a full training system for these kinds of personnel? The answer is simple: not yet. According to the National Security Journal, even if China started training now, it would take at least 5 more years before the first qualified nuclear aircraft carrier crew members are ready. So even if the much-hyped 004 is ready by 2030, who's going to operate it? The The most interesting part is the official stance. Is the 004 truly nuclear-powered? This key question remains unanswered by the Chinese government, which still hasn't officially confirmed anything. Meanwhile, in the comments section, everything's already figured out, from the number of reactors and their type to the power output, cooling system, and pipe layout. It's all been neatly organized. So now you get it. The 004, sitting in Dalian shipyard, still just a giant hunk of metal. But in the comment section online, it's already up and running. The real fuel is not nuclear power, just hot air. The Invincible Fleet on PowerPoint. On the keyboards of online design experts, the deck of the 004 looks like something straight out of a fantasy, dazzling with a lavish lineup. According to them, once the ship sets sail, its deck will be packed with 105 aircraft. There are J-35 stealth fighters, hailed as the stealth ace of the carrier, and the ultimate weapon to take down the U.S. F-35. Then there's the J-15T, also called the Airborne Heavy Artillery. And let's not forget the KJ-600 AWACS and Attack 11 drones, a complete set of top-tier equipment. Now let's talk about that hyped-up J-35. By October 2025, China has produced a total of 57 of them. But out of the 57, most of these are land-based models. There are even fewer of the actual carrier-based version. China's goal is to produce 200 to 300 of them by 2030. But let's compare that to the competition. By then, how many F-35s will the U.S. have? Over 1,200. In 2025 alone, Lockheed Martin delivered 191 F-35s. China's total production in 5 years won't even match what the U.S. produces in a single year. But it gets even more embarrassing. According to official propaganda, by the 2030s, China aims to have 6 aircraft carriers like the 004. Each carrier needs around 100 aircraft, so that means 600 planes in total. So where are these 600 aircraft going to come from? Even if China used every J-35 it's currently producing, it still wouldn't come close to filling that gap. And what about the pilots? Well, they're nowhere to be found. In 2022, the South China Morning Post reported that for a medium-sized carrier, you need at least 200 qualified carrier pilots to handle 130 aircraft. The Chinese Navy is still struggling to recruit enough pilots, holding nationwide auditions across the country. Now, how about the trainer aircraft used to train the pilots? This is even more absurd. China's military publication, Weapon Knowledge, specifically criticized the current JL-9G trainer aircraft, saying it's too light and too slow. This trainer can't even replicate the experience of landing a real carrier-based aircraft in an emergency situation, when the plane slams down onto the deck. As of today, much of China's carrier pilot training still happens on land, using a mocked-up aircraft carrier deck to play pretend. One of the most basic capabilities for any aircraft carrier is night operations. In 2021, Global Times, a CCP-backed media outlet, proudly reported that the first batch of night carrier operation instructors in the PLA had just been certified. Notice how they use the term instructors, not just regular pilots. This means that until 2021, the Chinese Navy was only just starting to train people to teach others how to fly and land at night on an aircraft carrier. When did the U.S. Navy start this? Before World War II. Finally, here's the harshest truth. China's 3 aircraft carriers, the Liaoning, the Shandong, and the Fujian, have been in service for over a decade, yet none of their carrier-based aircraft have ever launched in actual combat. Not a single anti-ship missile has ever been fired in battle. Now, look back at those online claims that the 004 will carry 105 advanced fighter jets, achieving total superiority over the U.S. But the reality is that there's not enough aircraft, not enough pilots, and not enough trainer planes. Night operations are just getting started, and there's zero combat experience to back it all up. According to the comment section, this is the carrier-based aircraft fleet that will crush the Ford class.
I think it's very foolish for the Republicans not to immediately terminate the filibuster and get everything approved like the great big beautiful bill. And I think they're getting much closer to it. It's shocking that there are a couple of people that just don't want to do it. Now, why? You'll have to ask them. But if we did that, we could get things done at a record clip. I deal with it all the time. I mean, especially lately. I said, how much can a Republican senator stand? Because what they're doing with respect to defunding all of our law enforcement, frankly, which is really what they're doing. They're defunding ICE, they're defunding Border Patrol, they're defunding some of our greatest people, our greatest patriots. And at some point, I think the senators have to get smart and they have to do it because the Democrats will do it in their first hour and they'll use it in their first day. And they'll be adding additional states, and they'll be adding additional Supreme Court justices. I hear up to 21 is the number they really want. 21. They want to dilute it, and it would be terrible. So I think the Republicans have to they have to terminate the filibuster and approve all sorts of things, like the great big, we did the great big beautiful bill. We have the Save America Act, which will be such a great thing. There will be very little voting cheating if we do the Save America Act. And the way they're going to do that is to terminate the filibuster.
Trump demands Reno John Thune step down as he betrays America right now. This week, Senate boss blocks terminating the filibuster, so the Save America Act dies and our borders stay open. He warned Democrats will ram it through in their first hour, adding states plus up to 21 Supreme Court justices, while they defund ICE/funding for Border Patrol and our greatest patriots. Your safety and fair elections are on the line. Thune faces total ruin if he sells us out any longer because the backlash will be brutal and what hits next for him and this country is pure hell unless he wakes up fast. Quick interruption, if you'd like to support the channel, you can find all the donate links down below. Every contribution helps me keep creating, upgrade my setup, and bring you the best content possible. I really appreciate it. Now, let's get back to the video.
Homeland Security funding. Would you support them expanding that to include other tax and defense?
Well, I'd love to see one thing. You know what that is? Save America. I'd love to say the Save America Act, which is voter ID, which is proof of citizenship, which is, by the way, no mail-in voting, which is a fraud. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you're going to have a fraudulent election. But I'd leave it for military, mail-in voting for military, for people that are sick, for people that are traveling, like business or whatever, different things, but disability, where they have a problem. But no mail-in ballots. We added a couple of things. No men playing in women's sports. It's unrelated, but it's a popular thing. And no transgender mutilization of our children. So that's it. Like always unanimous, because the Democrats, they will vote against anything, no matter how good. If they had their favorite thing in the world, and we happen to want it, but we found a new strategy. We're going to oppose every single thing that we want, and we'll get unanimous votes. So I'm going to come up and oppose everything, Brian, from this point forward, and they'll vote for it. Go ahead.
Second question. Ladies and gentlemen, Trump is done with the excuses. Here's the deal. President Trump is pushing hard for the Save America Act because our elections remain rigged, stolen, and a global joke. The bill demands every voter show photo ID, prove they're an actual citizen before casting a ballot, and sharply limits mail-in voting to only legitimate cases like military service, serious illness, disability, or being out of town. No more blanket mail-in free-for-alls that invite fraud. John Thune, the Republican Senate leader, is the one who's supposed to move this through, but he's slow-walking it, hiding behind budget talks and nominations. This is straight betrayal from a guy who campaigned like he was one of us. Here's why it matters to you and every working family out there. Your vote is your power. When it's diluted by fraud or non-citizens sneaking in, every tax dollar you send to Washington gets spent by people you never voted for. Public trust dies. The country slips away. That's the stake. Ladies and gentlemen, Trump isn't backing down 1 inch. He's laying out exactly what needs to happen, and even floating a new way to force these people to do the right thing. I'm sorry, but that strategy part is genuinely funny to me. Oppose everything you actually want so the Democrats reflexively vote for it because they can't stand agreeing with Trump. You guys, that's how broken and childish Washington has become. They will torpedo common sense, stuff that polls at 80% or higher just to spite him. Proof of citizenship shouldn't even be controversial. Yet here we are. You know what gets me? Democrats lecture the rest of us about discrimination while practicing it in plain sight. They insist voter ID is racist, that minorities somehow can't figure out how to get a driver's license or passport. That's the real bigotry right there, assuming entire groups of Americans are too dumb to meet the same standard we use to buy cold medicine or board an airplane. Republicans aren't discriminating. We're saying every legal citizen's vote should count equally. Trump just threw in protections for women's sports and keeping transgender ideology away from kids because those are popular too. Smart. Meanwhile, Thune acts like this is complicated. It isn't. Let's walk through the citizenship piece because I want you guys to see how this actually works in real time. Say you're a non-citizen. Maybe you came here illegally, maybe you overstayed. Without proof of citizenship required, nothing stops you from registering in a loose mail-in system. One harvested ballot, one signature that looks close enough, and suddenly you're deciding Senate races, presidential races, all of it. The cost to taxpayers isn't abstract. Bad policy that follows bad elections means trillions in welfare, healthcare, housing, education for people who aren't supposed to be here in the first place. It's inefficient as hell. You've got courts, detention, lawyers, flights back home that half the countries won't even accept. It adds up fast. And every time it happens, your vote, your voice gets cheaper. That's the math they don't want us doing out loud. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have Senator Rick Scott out there trying to thread the needle on whether Thune is actually killing this bill.
Senator Scott, Anna Paulina Luna is now saying that John Thune will no longer move forward with the Save America Act. Is this what you're hearing as well, and why would that be when it's an 80-20 issue?
Sure. My goal is that we continue to move forward. We know there's some things we have to get done. We have to get the budget resolution done, and we got a NOMS package. But my expectation is we're going to continue to work on the Save America Act. It's over 80% approval, and so I'm going to do everything I can to make sure we keep on it.
There are growing calls amongst the American people to replace Thune as leader. Is that anything that is, realistically going to happen? Are there conversations within the Republican Senate about that?
I think you'd have to talk to a lot of the senators and see if that would happen. But my expectation is we're going to keep working on it.
Scott says they're still working on it and points to the 80% approval. Good. But when they ask him straight about growing calls to replace Thune as leader, he basically says, talk to the other senators. You guys, that's not a denial. That's the sound of smoke before the fire gets big. Trump is right to call this out and demand Thune step down if he can't deliver. This rhino routine where they talk tough on the campaign trail, then disappear when it's time to secure the republic, I'm sick of it. Nobody was fixing election integrity until Trump started forcing the issue. Nobody. Will Thune actually get primaried or pushed out? Probably not. The Senate club protects its own. Should he go? Absolutely. I will start believing these Republican leaders care about America first the day they stop slow walking the obvious. Hell no, I won't. Who am I kidding? The swamp has layers. But God, what a thing it would be if real pressure from Trump actually made them choose the country over their precious leadership titles. I don't expect it. I still want it. That's where I'm at. Thank you all very much for watching. Goodbye.
Operation Epic Fury.
Tonight, the world just got the message. President Donald Trump is not playing the old Washington game anymore. He said it plainly. America is in this fight because we cannot let lunatics get a nuclear weapon. Now we've learned hostilities with Iran have officially ended under a ceasefire, but don't let the talking heads fool you. This is not retreat. This is not confusion. This is Trump forcing a new order into place, punishing weak allies, tightening negotiations, and redrawing America's position across the globe. The question now is simple. Who stands with the United States and who gets left behind? Now, this matters to every American family because energy prices, military readiness, terror threats, and your tax dollars are all tied to what happens next. If Iran gets boxed in, that protects U.S. troops, protects shipping lanes, and tells every rogue regime on earth that Trump means what he says. If Europe keeps expecting America to do the heavy lifting while they complain from the sidelines, then why should your family keep paying for their security blanket? It's exactly why reports say 5,000 U.S. troops are being withdrawn from Germany after criticism of Trump's Iran operation. Good. America first means our men and women in uniform are not global babysitters. And while the ceasefire pauses active combat, the danger's still real. The U.S. Embassy in London is warning Americans in the U.K. to use increased caution because a terrorist attack is considered highly likely. So yes, this is bigger than just a battlefield. It's about whether America leads from strength or gets milked by freeloaders and threatened by fanatics. And if you want to understand how President Trump is securing American power for the long haul, you need to follow this minerals story right now. This is just breaking from the White House. They've announced over $30 billion to secure America's critical mineral supply chains and named a specific Alaskan project as a key strategic asset for U.S. mineral independence. And that's huge. Now, I've been to the Vizsla copper drilling site in Canada myself. I've held the core samples. And what's happening right now in Alaska, however, is bigger than most people can realize. President Trump just unveiled Project Vault. It's a $12 billion strategic mineral reserve designed to stockpile essential resources and keep America strong when global supply chains get shaky. Vizsla Copper is positioned at the center of that conversation, trading in the United States under VCUFF and in Canada as VCU.V. If you want the full picture on this America First opportunity, check the exclusive briefing, but it's only for Next News viewers. It's linked below. Check it out today before the crowd catches on. Now let's get back to the global reset that the legacy media still refuses to describe honestly. And this is the twist they don't want you focused on. The Iran ceasefire did not end Trump's pressure campaign. It proved it worked. The White House has already informed Congress that Operation Epic Fury is entering a new phase with force posture updates across select countries to counter Iran and proxy threats. That means Trump can stop active combat and still keep America's enemies boxed in. Peace or strength is not a slogan anymore, it's policy, and the rest of the world is being forced to adjust very fast. Here's President Trump down in the villages today discussing the war.
You know, we're in a war because I think you would agree we cannot let lunatics have a nuclear weapon. Do you agree?
Donald Trump down in the villages, the crowd going wild as they do, laying out the doctrine in plain English. No nukes for a terror regime. Now the threat picture widens with U.S. Embassy in London warning Americans that a terrorist attack is highly likely, issuing the security alert, exercise increased caution in public spaces, stating a terrorist attack is highly likely. The alert comes as British authorities elevate the national terrorism threat level to severe. This is the post from the U.S. Embassy and Consulate in the United Kingdom. Security alert, U.S. Embassy London, May 1st. Terrorist attack is highly likely. Stay alert in public spaces, including schools and hospitals. Vary your travel routes. Keep a low profile. Remain aware of your surroundings. Review personal security plans. Report social media threats and suspicious activity. Monitor local news for updates. So the London alert shows how fast the security stakes can spread beyond the battlefield. And shifting gears, Trump's also redrawing the map diplomatically as the first direct U.S. flight in years lands in Venezuela. Check this out.
Passengers stopping for moments after touching down in Caracas. The captain of this American Airlines flight leaned out the cockpit to wave the Venezuelan flag, signaling the first direct arrival from the U.S. in 7 years. Passengers stopping for selfies on the stairs, descending to a crowd waiting on the tarmac. The journey began just after 10 a.m. in Miami, where emotional passengers lined up at the gate.
The last time I was here in Venezuela was 18 years ago. And I'm very excited to go and see the family.
The flight crew opening the windows to wave the U.S. and Venezuelan flags, then taxiing through a water cannon salute before takeoff. This flight, the most visible sign yet of a rapid diplomatic thaw following the ouster of Venezuela's authoritarian leader, Nicolas Maduro, in January. Despite the uncertainty, for those landing in Caracas today, 7 years of grounded hopes, finally coming to a historic end.
I'm taking my family back, my kids back, my grandkids back. So it's a historic day.
That's all because of President Trump. While that Venezuela reopening signals a world being reordered under Trump, he's also sending a message to the weak-kneed allies. The fallout in Europe, 5,000 U.S. troops coming out of Germany after Berlin blasted Trump's Iran strike. It's official now. Trump withdrawing 5,000 U.S. troops from Germany after Chancellor Merz criticized 47's Iran operation. Good, tell NATO to take care of themselves. We don't need them. Here's the headline. Trump orders the withdrawal. And here's President Trump in the Oval yesterday.
Would you be considering the same thing for Spain and Italy? I mean, they haven't been exactly on board.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I probably will. Why should I? You know, look, why shouldn't I? Italy has not been of any help to us. And Spain has been horrible. Absolutely horrible. You know, it's NATO. It's not even the fact that they're bad. It's one thing if they said nicely, or if they said, okay, we'll help, but the help's a little slow. But the level, and we helped them with Ukraine. You know, they made a mess out of Ukraine, a total mess. And we helped them with Ukraine. Ukraine has nothing to do, you know, we're an ocean apart. It has to do with them. It's like for them, it's their front door. We help them. And Biden gave them $350 billion, which was insane. It's one of the reasons the war went on. But when we needed them, they were not there. We have to remember that. And so if we ever have a big one, because we didn't need any help with Iran. We had Iran right from the first day. It was over. It was over. And now it's even more so. We're so locked and loaded if we want to do. But we didn't need the help. And to a certain extent, I asked them, I didn't need the help, but I said, yeah, we'd love to have you help, because I wanted to see if they'd do it. And they, in all cases, they said, we don't want to get involved. And you know, the amazing thing is they use the Strait of Hormuz. We don't. We don't use it. We don't need it. We have a lot of oil.
So President Trump ordering withdrawal of 5,000 troops from Germany. Europe wanted America's protection without America's leadership, and Trump isn't playing that game anymore. Back to Iran, where he's making clear the deal has to be airtight, not another swamp-built surrender that bows a few years later.
We're just winning. If it were a fight, they'd stop it. If this were a fight, they'd stop it. You know that expression, it's true. But they're not coming through with the kind of deal that we have to have, and we're going to get this thing done properly. We're not going to leave early and then have the problem arise in 3 more years.
Yep. So that was Trump drawing the line, no fake peace, no delayed disaster. Next, White House puts Congress on notice with the War Powers letter spelling out forced posture changes. Margaret Olahan knew President Trump's War Powers letter alerting Congress to changes in the United States' approach to Operation Epic Fury. Accordingly, the Department of War continues to update its force posture on the AOR in select countries as necessary and appropriate to address Iranian and Iranian proxy forces' threats and to protect the United States and its partners. These changes are more fully outlined in the classified attachments in the letter. I have and will continue to direct the United States Armed Forces consistent with my responsibilities pursuant to my constitutional authority to conduct United States foreign relations as Commander-in-Chief and Chief Executive. This is the official memo from the White House. So even as the administration updates lawmakers and keeps the pressure on Iran's terror machine, White House tells Congress the hostilities have officially ended after ceasefire stopped the active combat. Right there. So, this is the aha moment, my friends. Trump didn't just confront Iran, he used the confrontation to sort allies from pretenders and reset America's leverage worldwide. Iran is being told there will be no fake deal, no weak paper agreement, no replay of the disasters Washington used to sell the public. Europe's being told that if they sneer at the United States' action while hiding behind our protection, they can start paying their own bill. And look what else is happening. The first direct U.S. flight in years has landed in Venezuela as that country opens after the fall of its strongman. That's what real leadership looks like. Pressure your enemies, reward alignment, expand American reach. Trump is remaking the chessboard while the establishment still thinks it's watching checkers. So here is the bottom line. President Trump took the fight to the regime that cannot be trusted with a nuclear capability, forced a ceasefire on American terms, warned Congress that the mission is shifting, not ending, and sent a crystal clear message to weak European allies that America is done carrying dead weight for free. That's strength and that's clarity, and that is America first in action. And while terror alerts rise and the world scrambles to adjust, the White House is showing exactly what leadership looks like after 4 years of failure during the previous administration. If you're sick of America being played, this is the reset you voted for. Share this report. Subscribe and comment below with a yes or no. Should President Trump pull even more troops out of countries that refuse to back the United States? And to beat big tech's suppression of our work and to get direct messages from me to your phone when it matters most. This is the secret phone number we have set up just for you. Text raw feed to the number on the screen, 844-840-4963. That's right, I'm going to send you direct alerts to your phone from me. Also, check out the Next News merch shelf below this video. These shirts won't be here forever. Operation Epic Fury seems to be winding down, so get your collector's item while you can. Remember, folks, stay bold, stay loud, and stay America first.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. You know out.
The U.S. releases high-quality footage of the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Let me see this. Uh-oh. He didn't seem nearly as fast. Yeah, I mean, that was really kind of like... Honestly, the only guy that did anything was this guy. This guy right here. Watch him. Bap, bap! He gave 0 fucks about Crossfire? Exactly, bro. This guy just popped them off. Like, I mean, this officer at the bottom was very attentive and responded instantly. Instant 5 stars. More videos of the guy. Oh, is there more? Correspondence center, suspect shooting in a roaming hotel. Moments before, hours before shooting. What about claims that Cole Allen is IDF? You fell for AI. You fell for an AI image. No security. Well, they didn't do the event yet, right? He would have done better if it was IDF? Yeah, it would have worked. He's actually talking to people? Oh boy. Dude walks like Sheldon Cooper. This guy's just Reddit personified, bro. He's a Redditor. The accused White House dinner gunman took a selfie with his weapons. We have a case of extreme Reddit here. What a loser. What an absolute fucking loser. You see a dog follow them over? I did. W dog. The dog should get a promotion. Maybe the rest of the guys should get fired.
This is just one snapshot of so-called speedrunners, including a man dressed like Jesus stampeding right through security at a Scientology building on Hollywood Boulevard, screaming as they sprint into the organization's notoriously clandestine halls.
Let's go in.
Others taking a more subtle approach, even signing in, looking for access.
Hi. Oh, no. Let me do that real quick.
Or apparent content for social media videos that are suddenly everywhere. They're calling it speedrunning Scientology. Get out! Inspired by video game slang, here the players are not just confronting guards, but unlocking maps of the buildings. Former Scientologist turned critic Leah Remini slamming the efforts as failing to highlight anything substantive.
It feels like it's about clicks, and it's turning something serious into content, and in doing so, it completely loses the point.
Their purpose isn't entirely clear, and some participants appear to be teenagers. One creator credited with beginning the trend, known only as Swiley, telling The Hollywood Reporter, "I didn't do this whatsoever to come out against them or anything. I do not condone what I did, even though I didn't break any laws." With the Scientology spokesperson telling NBC News, these are peaceful spaces. Turning them into targets for viral stunts is not journalism, protest, or civic activity. It is trespass, harassment, and disruption of religious facilities. The spokesperson adding they're taking protective security measures and reporting the incidents to police. After a recent incident last weekend, the LA Times reporting that the LAPD's Major Crimes Division has been tasked with investigating it as an alleged hate crime.
Just get out! Thank you! Go! Get out! Go!
Has cautionary words for the content creators and their legal exposure.
This trend creates chaos. It creates a spectacle. And worst of all, it hands Scientology exactly what they want, the ability to position themselves as the victim.
So, yeah, we are talking about private property here. Sam Brock joins us. I mean, what is the criminal investigation showing?
So we reached out to the LAPD. They have not responded to us yet. You look at these videos and you see people clearly forcing their way onto private property, right? Is that a crime? LAPD says to NBC LA that they are investigating right now at least 2 people from this incident this past Saturday, both for vandalism and robbery, that no one is in custody at this point. But they also said that they're beefing up their patrols, Tom, around that area off of Hollywood Boulevard and are monitoring this ongoing trend. At this point, it should be very clear to anyone in the region that there are individuals trying to break into these several buildings. As far as additional security measures that the church itself had talked about, they wouldn't specify, but they did apparently, according to video and reporting that we've seen, take the door handles off of the main entrance. So if someone wants to try to come by and slam their way through, you no longer can at least open the door.
There's so many people in there, it's going to get dangerous and something's eventually going to happen.
A literal stampede, as you saw.
Okay, Sam, great to have you here. Thank you.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.